Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hello. Good evening. Let me... get some stuff moved out of the way. It's a Merc. Thank you to everyone that has submitted to get me on the Maxon stream. Very exciting. I will let you know if I hear anything. As soon as I hear anything. Grim, hello. Welcome. Yui, good to see you. Hello. Nostalgia, welcome back. Says, what's up, big dog? Hope you're doing good. Paul is doing a bit of a lurk. Good to see you, though. Dino, welcome back. Polly, hello, hello. Elsie, hi. We will be checking all the details you guys sent along at some point when we have a chance to sit down together and give it a looks over. But thank you for doing some of the preliminary research for us. That's very exciting. Keith, hello. And Tom, welcome. Good to see you. Keith, where can I find the plugin for Sprite and Blender? If you have a chance to help, that would be amazing. Ah, thank you. Well, I hope everyone's doing good today. We are going to get back to our low poly Ashley very soon. Today we're going to be doing the UVs, and we're going to be doing the texturing. So that's going to be really fun. I think we're going to get a good chance to really lean into some of the technical idiosyncrasies of, you know, when you have a lot of edges, you can really cut your seams wherever you want, but when you're limited in low poly, your ability to cut edges is pretty limited, and so you have to get kind of creative. So we will go through that process, and we will mirror as much as we can. But I'll have to get most of the basic stuff set up. Awesome. All right, let me check this out. Let me get this installed and set up. Download package for your platform. Let's see what's going on here. What else we got? Okay. Uh-oh, their page to download it says I'm no longer distributing or providing support to Pramby base extension and other tools. Okay. That's right. Isn't someone else maintaining it now? I think most everyone had a good Christmas so far, Grim. I hope you did too. Christmas was super chill around these parts. Never too exciting, which is good. I hope everybody got something they wished for. Alright, I found the other guy. Illusions of Mana. Yeah. We'll give this a shot, and we'll take it through. We'll take a test spin here. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so I downloaded the Windows version, and then I downloaded the Sprite plugin. Alright, let me move this out of the way. Close that. File. References. Add-ons. Install. Downloads. Okie doke. After the add-on appears in the list, check the box next to it to ensure it activates. Auto-detected, install extension. In the open folder, double-click the extension file or drag it into the Sprite window. Oh, I don't have Sprite open. Hello? Get this off to the side here. Drag it in. Do you really want to install? I do. Add-on features are accessible via the Prebam base panel on the right side of the viewport and the image UV editor, and a menu called Sprite in the image UV editor. Okay, so I think we're done there. Sync, local port connection stuff. Yep. Okay, so we have this. Connect. Three, 4, 6, 1, 3 local host. All right, let's try and connect here. Mostly chilling. Watched Max Dude's Chrono Trigger playthrough. Nice. Chrono Trigger's amazing. Classic game. So good. Mrs. Merc recently played through Chrono Trigger. Right, open any texture used in blend file normally. Under the executable thing in that menu, go and have it open where your ASprite.exe. It's auto-detected for me. It's pointing to the Steam version, which I have. So I believe that makes sense. I'm gonna open a texture, I guess, right? Let's do something super basic. Oh, yeah, okay. Smart. Yeah, okay. Give full access. Okay, it says sync is on now. Okay. Yeah. I see. Okay. So I'm gonna make a plane. I'm gonna go to shading. We actually have these other girls in here. We can just open roles texture here. And we'll take a look at what happens there. Where the hell is it? Okay, let's go here. Let's go to downloads. And we'll open the cutscene texture. Okay. Hey, look at that. Perfect. Okay. And the small sync window. Is the sync window going to be in A Sprite or Blender? Is the real question. It's going to be an A Sprite. Okay, let me boot this up again then. Let me stop. Launch A Sprite. I see. I see. Okay, so it says it's synced with the Ashley01 blend file. Okay. And then it says animation and show UV. And if I turn on show UV, it makes a new layer. I see. Oh, this is very cool. Okay. I spelled Ashley wrong, like a doofus. Okay, and then in here... I don't remember... what they struck out. Interesting. Oh, interesting. It does actually affect the alpha. Very cool. Okay. Well, this is very cool. This is going to be very powerful for us. Glad to see this. Blender kind of chuggy with this open. All right, let's give it a shot. Not too slow for me. Seems pretty normal. I'm glad to say. This is very cool, though. I did enough of that at the beginning of my career. If I never have to do that again, I'll be very grateful. Nice. Okay. Okay. Well, this is awesome. I'm really glad to see that this works. Now, we need to think about finishing up the basic mesh we have. The only thing I'm not seeing... Who's that? Oh my god, it's ads. That felt loud as hell, actually. What the hell? It is indeed me, future Maxon streamer. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just having this as an option is pretty powerful as it is. So the only thing I can't figure out at the moment is, and it's probably because I haven't used a sprite in a million freaking years, why my UV layer, let me turn off the yellow. Why my UV layer has a strike through it and I can't actually see it. I think it's reference layer, but I don't actually see anything. I like that it actually like makes the texture completely alpha'd. That's awesome. Right, because it's a reference layer, but I can't actually see it. Yeah, that's the weird thing. I don't know. You have to select the whole texture or select all the UVs, or I mean, it's not like world ending. It's okay. I'll shut it down and try it again real fast. This is super awesome, though. Monka, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I clicked on show animation, didn't like it. All right, let me try something real fast. Yeah, not a big deal, though. Not a big deal. It would be nice to be able to see the UVs, but if that's the case... I mean, I can always export them, I guess, and just put them in the actual file. Not a huge deal. Okay. We'll come back to this. Alright, let's get our emotional support Ashley up. Alright, we're going to finish up a few things, and then we're going to lean into the... One concern I have is her ears. So I'm going to make them pretty cartoony, I think. But we'll give that a shot when the... when the time arises. Okay, let's... Flip the normals so they face forward. Yep, everything looks good. And this one is backwards. There we go. Holy cow.
What are your thoughts? What I did here, I want to polish this up a bit more before I seriously try to learn to rig HTTPS. Discord.com, mod channels. 3432 429 all.
What is this voice? What is happening, dude? What the fuck was that? Holy shit. Call the doctor. Thank you for the donation for the review. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me double check why that happened, and then I will take a look at your work here. Give me 1 second. Let me just look into this. That was wild. That was wild. Oh no, okay. It's actually supposed to be... Let me try this.
Out to text percent.
Oh, it's supposed to be a different voice, and it looks like... Well, I don't actually know what happened. It's not supposed to be that voice, that's for damn sure. They may have changed the voices? Yeah, it was supposed to be ASMR guy. I don't know why it wasn't. It's still ASMR guy here. Let me test him.
This is a test message.
Okay. It's supposed to be him. Okay, let's try this.
Percent out text. Percent.
Yeah, it just wasn't him. For some reason, it had nothing selected. Who whispering? That's our donation reader. What's up, Scrunch? Welcome in. All right, let me save the settings. Okay. Give me 1 second, and then we'll jump into your thing. All right. I'm back. Okay, I updated the code. Let's see if that helps in future. Okay, I am gonna pull your stuff up here. Let me maximize this. Sorry, Scrunch, your stuff is gonna be blasted on stream. Just have to accept it. Epic pin. All right, let's take a look here. I like some of this. Some of this is pretty clever, actually. It looks like you're using an exposed triangle shape right there that isn't actually extruded from the mesh to create the collar. That's cool. That's a clever move. I like it. Now, you probably need this center line for rigging, but you can actually get rid of this center line. You don't need these center lines. Because I know you're mirroring this, but you can actually just save those triangles and just mirror the texture in the actual texture file. Just duplicate it and flip it. Because you've already spent the cost on your texture. Like your texture file was X big, right? So the cost is already spent. Loading this, regardless of how many pixels are transparent or empty or filled or not, you already paid the cost of putting this on the GPU, right? The VRAM is already spent. So you can actually save by removing these because they're not going to do anything. The other thing I would point out is I like a lot of your shapes, but I think one critique I would offer is your work is feeling super blocky, and I don't think it needs to be this blocky. Like, I think it's artificially blocky, if that makes sense. Like you don't have to, but you could bevel this and add a little roundness here, right? And by bevel, I mean just create a triangle here like I did with Ashley's skirt. You can add a little bit more silhouette to it. Because everything right now is really, really cubed up. And I don't think that's an inherent big issue, but if we go back over here and we take a look at some of the source things, like look at Roll's jacket, there is a little roundness in it, right? Tron's has a little bit of roundness, and they use these triangles pulled forward to break that silhouette. They use this extra triangle here to add a bit of that roundness. They're not actively against the roundness, and you'll notice that if we take a look here at the thumbs, I guess, this little point, they're using a little bit of asymmetry here to break the shape up, just to give it a little more like oomph. So you could come in here and pull this a little bit further. Pull this down a little bit, right? So that from this side, the thumb piece comes forward a bit. You see what I'm kind of, like the shape I'm kind of pushing here? I'm breaking the silhouette so it doesn't feel like a cube so much. Because right now it still has that very blocky, cubey feel. And I think you mentioned you're at 4 something. You're at 428. So if we're going by the like roll, if we're going under 500, but we're aiming for say 470, you still have what? You still have 30, not 30, you still have 40 or 50 triangles that you can play with. And to expand the skirt, it costs 4 triangles to round this out. If you round out the corners of her vest here, I think it'll add a little more quality to it. The other thing I would point out and start to think about is one thing I think is being overlooked, and this is, of course, for you to make the decision, right? This is how you want to present your work. So I'm thinking about it as though it's going to be rendered at like 280 by 160, right? Like where I'm thinking like, what is it rendering at it in PlayStation 1 era? Like max resolution, maybe it's rendering 420p, something like that. The problem there is that these details, these are going to get lost. And that is a concern. So if we go back here and we check out these girls. So your belt's kind of on point, but check out how big these pixels are. Let me turn off this. So when I'll zoom her in a little bit because people might be on a slightly smaller screen. But when we're looking at her like this, very big, clear, readable colors are what we're seeing. When I see her here, roughly the same size, this becomes noise, right? Like the pixels tend to, they turn to, they become wobbly. Like there's not enough information there because they're so small. So my thought would be, you know, bevel this. So it's a little rounder here. Let's get that roundness in. And then you could consider making the pockets, they don't have to be bigger necessarily. I might be over exaggerating, but the lines should absolutely be thicker. And this is something that we took a look at yesterday. If we go back up here and we take a look at her hat, right? They made the decision that they wanted her hat here. They added this dark line across the surface. And they added that line there because they wanted it to read really well, right? But we have to remember that those pixels are pretty big. So yeah, I would think about that, okay? The other thing I would think about, if we're doing Mega Man Legends, the hands aren't nearly big enough, okay? I think your feet are big enough. I like what you did here with the shadow. You have the belt, then you put the belt through the shadow, and you just have the shadow forming the heel. I actually think that's a really cool use of low poly, and you did that, obviously, or we see that done kind of with Tron. They imply the same thing. Not so much here, but they do it with Tron. But I would increase the hand size. I think you might be losing some of the charm, the readability that comes with making these hands, I don't want to say double the size, but maybe 50% bigger. They have to be 50% bigger. That's my thought initially. The other thing I would point out is pay attention on these, pay attention on the limbs. And of course, it's Android 18, so you have to make decisions about the appropriate thickness of her and her arms and her sleeves. But these arms are pretty thin. And I know she's wearing a shirt, but it depends on if the shirt is skin tight or not. But these sleeves, or these arms, don't have sleeves. but they're quite thin as they stand right now, right? So then I go back and I look here, and then I think about, you know, is this maybe a little too thick for the style? Is the sleeve here a little too thick for the style? That's my initial read on all of this. I like what you're doing here. I think you're doing the same thing I ended up doing with the ear, which is separating it out. So I think that's good. I just think that your pixels in the hair feel like the right size. They feel large. I would say that the pixels around the chin feel the same. They feel a good size. You could probably cast this area in shadow under her neck mostly, to kind of push it back so it isn't competing with her face. That might be something you can consider. But I do think overall that the texture is too dense and the pixels are too small in the read area here. That's kind of my initial thing. And then I do want to look at one more thing here, because I know we have this. Yeah, the same kind of thing may be happening back here. See how they kind of flicker the pockets? You have two lines. You have an outer line for the pocket, and then you have an inner line. I think it should be one line with a subpixel shadow that fades it into the actual cloth. That would be my recommendation for this. I do like that you're doing the shadow from behind. Oops, let me clear that. So it's good to see, you know, you're paying attention to the same lighting information. I think it is too high res. I do. I think you're going to be better off with thicker lines. Like this line is too thin. I can see what's going on, but I think it's too high res. I think it could be much lower. I think you could use a slightly softer shade in the front here, because this feels like the shadow color and this feels like the shadow color, although I do think they are technically two different colors between the side and the back and the color in the front. I think those are different. So yeah, I'm just looking through it. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Let's zoom in here. I think this is black. This feels like black. These lines here feel like they're like this kind of black. Maybe they're not. They do. These have maybe a hint of blue, but this feels like black to me. I would try to avoid that if possible. Like hitting too close to black, because if we go over here, we can see that these darkened lines are red. They're all a shade of red. Here is as close to black as we get with her. Even up here, it's not pure black. Yeah, it might be too dark of a blue. That would be my fear. You always want, especially with this brighter style, especially with this colorful style, you really want to keep that color running through everything, through the shadows, through the line work, any of that. So yeah, and then you said there was an alpha on her jacket. I assume you mean right here, because this is being cut out. Probably from right here. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's mostly fine. I don't have a problem with that necessarily. But I think that the solution on Tron might be... There we go. Just acting a little weird there. I think this solution adds a little more... Right? Do you see how it lets the silhouette of this kind of cut at an angle? It gives us more of that instead of straight down. So they're using those polygons, and then they just need to spin the extra triangle, closing the other side. Which is no cost, ultimately, for any texture work, because they can just drop it into the shadow, the triangle. To move it during the animation. Yeah, I mean, you could move it. They probably wouldn't, to be fair. But same for Tron. You could put little bones here for this vert, and you could have these verts waggle for wind or anything like that. I mean, that's totally fine, right? That's entirely up to you. All right, let's turn these scrolls back on. Yeah, I think I like your initial shapes. I like everything you have here. I think the quick, like, summary takeaways are make the hands bigger, try to push a little bit more roundness wherever you can. She's coming across a little too blocky, especially if you have extra polygons to spend. I would spend those polygons. I think the polygons you've spent around the head are actually well done. Like the hair, I think that's a good use of polygons. I think that's reading. That's the right approach. I would say you probably could create just a square polygon for her ear, and instead of using your alpha budget down here, you could use the alpha budget around the ear, actually, instead. Because these triangles are so small, and they contribute to basically what an alpha could do, versus down here, which you could just do with a couple pieces of geo. Although, obviously, you'd have to have lines on the inside of the chest, so you have to consult the budget, right? You have to consult your triangle budget and see where you're best going to spend those. And then I want to look here before I make any suggestions. I don't think you have to. Tron's feet are very blocky, but when we look at them from above, in her cinematic version, her toes actually shrink towards the front. And so do Tron's. They actually have a bit of taper to them. So I would say, for your sake, to remove blockiness, go ahead and take her feet and just, if you can, taper this in just 5-10%, just so it doesn't feel like a perfect block. If you can avoid that perfect block shape, because that's the big takeaway I would give you, is that I can feel the cube coming off of her, And I think if we polish those edges, down res the texture, and make that stuff clearer and readable, she will start to read more and more as Android 18. And I think some of it's happening in the eyes too, and the eyebrows. The texture density is super low, or it's super high, and so when it gets small, like, we end up with some issues there, right? I think the head is the strongest part right now in terms of modeling. I would say it's the strongest part. And you did some great lighting too, like the shadows and the lighting on her hair and her face. I think that's well done. Very few edits, if any. But if we go and we look here, like, pay attention to this. So colored lines, these are brown. And then pay attention to the eyebrow. No black at all. Color, only color. And then subpixels to soften the edges. And so I think if you bring that into this style, so use a darker yellow, like the shadow color, and then use subpixels to fade it in, keep the shadow of the eye socket, and then soften the color around her eyes instead of solid black. You know, make this line down here a dark skin tone. And you can maybe keep the eyelashes black, right? Make this line work in her ear very dark skin tone, right? I think if you go that route, she will be more readable and you won't lose any of the characteristic charm that you're going for. Because the goal is to adapt it into the style, right? So we have to consider what are the concessions that we have to make as artists, because we can't get everything we want. But overall, I think it's looking good. I mean, obviously I can tell who it is. I just think we can polish the rough edges to get her to be just basically what it would have been if she was a Mega Man Legends character. If we got the Mega Man Legends Dragon Ball Z fighting game. I hope that is helpful for you. Okay. I'm going to close my Epic bin for now. I do have my reservations about the posability of her arms. But I think that'll be fine. Because I don't really care about the clipping. Yeah, I hear you. And that's a good thing to do. Sometimes just step back from where you are on a project and give it a day to breathe, or a month, or however long you step away from something. Taking that time can really freshen your eyes. Big ads on us. Okay. I'm going to start Gamba. And when we get back, we will... Let me make sure my mouse is working well. I probably should have a mouse pad. But, give me 1 second. I have to clean the area my mouse sits in. A little cramped right now. Got paperwork all over the place here. It's good enough for government work. Yeah, absolutely. No, that totally makes sense. Yeah. I think that's the right approach. I would say from your perspective, right? Because we talked about it the other day, which is how do you know when to stop a project? I would say at this point, you are still approaching it from the perspective that there's more that you can take away from this project. And that's the right idea, right? Like there's more you can get out of it, which means you can take that learning and apply it. and then move on to the next project. And you can take everything that you learned on the previous one and try to re-implement it in the new one, right? And oftentimes, when I'm giving feedback, I'm trying to address as many of the things as I can, but I am giving you sort of a bare minimum. I'm jump-starting your thinking so that you can analyze the model with everything I've told you and try to find other areas of improvement using the same logic. That's what feedback is for. Feedback is never, I'm going to give you everything you need to do, end of story. Feedback is always, here's all the things that occur to me, and here's my thought process. Now it's your turn to expand on that. I'm giving you the minimum. Now you go and use that to develop your style, to develop your thinking. Groudon, welcome. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, and that's part of developing whatever your unique style may end up being for low poly, which is you explore one section, and then you develop another section, you develop another idea. You try a new style blend between the two, you know, and it becomes an amalgamation of the stuff that you like. What's up, Mika? Welcome in. Big Boss would be cool. Now you got my attention. Okay. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to hide my reference. I'm going to take a look at my Ashley. I'm just investigating her at the moment. So we have 450 triangles right now. So we still have a little bit of triangle budget. Yeah, I wanted to do the point because it was 500 before yesterday. Okay, wow. Oh, so you really did clean up a lot. You really did you cooked. So we can go over to see our Tron version. So interestingly enough, Tron does not appear to have the points in the arm. But we do have the points in the leg. And I'm going to assume that actually Tron does not have those. Oh, very interesting. Tron's cinematic model's legs they're welded? Yeah. Fascinating. I wonder if they were skinned properly at the time. I doubt it, though. I doubt it. That's what I was going to say. That's what I was also thinking, is I think she might just be standing up most of the time. My guess is that she was modeled originally with separate legs. And when they realized that they didn't move her legs much in any of the cutscenes she was in, they just sealed the legs together to avoid the cost. And maximize the optimization. I might actually spend a little budget to give the cute toes to Ashley here, because I think Ashley's feet they're too blocky for me. Especially after I just gave you advice that was like, let's remove the blockiness. And then I look at mine and it's like, yeah, we can still see a little bit of the blocky. How do they do that? They actually did an extrusion. Yeah, it's basically a full extrusion. Fuck. I think the booba right now are looking pretty good. You started RE3? Nice. The new one sucks, but RE3 is still a classic. Now, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I'll do a little water here. Thank you. Oops. Let's see. Yeah, they kind of just... They're wider towards the back. And then they're shrunk towards the front. Nope. Ooh, I think that was pretty costly, actually. $466. So for shooting for $474, we don't have a lot of triangles left. I'm not gonna like scold myself if I go slightly over 474, but... And I can also remove the points from the inside and save 8 triangles. Because the points are from squared tips. So if you poke the face, it turns 2 triangles into 4. And then you get the point. So if I do that, I can get 8 triangles back. And I could spin those somewhere else. But I don't think I need to, actually. I think the only thing left to do is the consideration of her sweater towards the front. And I would do that with 8 triangles, maybe. Let's turn off these. There's 468. So subdivide. It's 470. I think for me, the big question is still... And I really don't want to worry about this too much at this point. Doing something interesting for the hanging arms of the sweater. Thank you, Mika. I also hope I get on. I do actually think it would be really fun. I know we joke, and you know we kind of shitpost as a community, but I do actually think it would be fun. I do think it would be good for the community and the stream. And I think it's a great way to just be a part of the community. I mean, you can always be counterculture kind of shit, but I don't think it's truly beneficial long term. I don't actually know what I would work on, to be fair. I would assume we would talk, and I would tell them what I'm good at, and then we would just talk about what they think the community would like to see. My specialty is anatomy, so maybe doing some anatomy studies, right? That could be a lot of fun. Make the Maxon agent. I still feel shortchanged that the Maxon agent gave Niche a sub and not me. I feel like that's, you know, we have such a good rivalry. That's fair, though. I guess if I had to choose between me and Niche, I would want Niche to have it. It makes her seem way more suspect, though. I gotta be honest. Very sus. I took that video down because I didn't like the formatting. It was really unprofessional. It was just really sloppy. I'd rather just make a real video on the topic in future. So I just took it down. I'll be making more videos. I have a plan moving forward to make, I would say, probably 2 videos a month, maybe more. We'll do the VOD time-lapse videos for every project, so there'll be, you know, a couple projects a month for that. And then I will be producing 2 actual production videos a month, something along those lines. I can't say when, although I think it's a good idea to rebuild that one, so I'll write it down. I have a couple videos that I think would be good to work on. I'll write it down, though. Okay, sorry, I was taking some notes there. Oh yeah, my latest YouTube short pissed off a lot of bad students. A lot of shit students saw it and felt personally attacked and decided they were gonna rush to the comments to defend other lazy students really quickly, so. Well, that's the thing, is like, people don't hear the full story, right? A perpetual license to the Merc stream, yeah. Every time they subscribe to the Merc stream, it's a perpetual license for 30 days. The comments are pretty funny, yeah. There was like one person, there was one person in the fucking short. It's my newest YouTube short. It has like 27 comments or something. People were like fucking raging, dude. There was someone in there it was so funny. Someone in there was like, "This is malpractice." I was like, dude, calm the fuck down, bro. Calm the fuck down. It's a YouTube short, dog. This guy's a terrible teacher. Hope you get fired is basically what the comments boil down to. That's fine, whatever. Let me rename these real fast. They were quite funny, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like, I love it because it's basically rage bait and people engaged, and I think it's great. If someone has the link, you can go ahead and post it in chat so other people can read the comments. But yeah, the engagement's actually really good. And the side of the story, I'll tell you guys the side of the story that they don't know because everyone was losing their shit. The side of the story that people don't know is that it wasn't the school that forced me to do it. It was the student who went to the office and complained that I did it. And the school took his side on the complaint, which is fine, whatever. I mean, it's not my money I have to pay back. He's the one that has to pay back $160,000, and he's putting in 0% of the work. That's fine. People also didn't know that he was perpetually late, perpetually bad, and didn't turn in his homework, and that he was failing the class massively. So everyone's thinking I'm on a power trip, and really I'm trying to teach this guy a lesson. And the end result was I ended up actually sitting down with a student and actually trying to help him, which also isn't in the short. But I sat down with him and I told him that I couldn't actually help him if he didn't tell me. And he was like, I know, I understand. And I said, well, you know, if you need something, tell me. If you email me, I will help you. I will come to school on my off days and help you learn if you need that. And he didn't want that kind of help. So that was his decision. You know, he chose to fail, basically. My guess is that the student didn't actually want to go to school. And he did it because he thought video games would be fun. And so his parents forced him to go to school, because this does happen. And yeah, he, I don't know whatever happened to him, but I assume his parents were paying and he didn't actually want to go to school. So he picked art school and making games because he thought games were fun. That's my honest guess as to what happened to him, which is sad. Waste of money, waste of time. He could have gone and done something else more interesting that he cared about, but that's his fate. And, make this into a short? Nah, because no one cares, right? People have already engaged with the rage. They don't want to hear the real side of the story. There's no drama here. There's no rage bait. People don't give a shit about this portion. This isn't the exciting part. Sadly, you know. People want to be angry, so that's fine. Yeah, people were just in there making a shit ton of wild accusations, you know, like, you can't do that. It's fucking that. What happens if this? Illegal consequences. You're gonna get fired and lose your credentials. It's like, okay, whatever. Yeah. Every one of those people, and I'm gonna make a blanket statement here because I just don't fucking care. Every one of those people in the comments complaining is the exact kind of student that fails but passes because teachers are lenient on them, because these are the kinds of students that talk to other students and they say, oh, who's an easy grader, right? All these people that are like, let me know the school so we know which ones to avoid. It's like, okay, you're a lazy student, you have no ambition, you're upset that a teacher is attempting to push a student to rise to the next level so that they have an honest to God chance in the industry. I'm being honest, I'm being tough, I'm teaching this guy what he needs to know, I'm not holding his fucking hand. I'm giving him a chance to fail safely now so he can succeed later. People are upset about it. They want the easy route. They want the easy grade. They just want to get the pass. They don't want to have to do the work. They want to be in debt up to their fucking eyeballs. And when they realize they can't get a job, they're going to be like, wow, I wish I'd fucking listened. Merc was right. Like always, Merc was fucking right. Got him. Because I've been the teacher and I've been the student. And I've made all the fucking mistakes. This is my first rodeo, okay? Yeah, they were like, you don't know why he's late. It's like, it's not my job to know. There were a bunch of people that were like, oh, he's there. He was there for the last 30 minutes of the class. And it's like, yeah, so, okay, if I show up to the last fucking hour of my 8-hour day job, should I still get the full day's pay? No. No, you shouldn't. Where's your fucking reality? Jesus Christ, people. Good Lord. Put your fucking thinking hat on for a minute. Humble as always. Someone's gotta be. Someone's gotta save these keys. From my perspective, if your teacher talks to you about it and marks you absent, that's your sign to change your behavior. Instead, it seemed like the dude is whining about you not holding his hand and giving him what he wants. That's why I said my theory for the student is that he didn't actually want to go to school there. My theory is that his parents made him go to school. And I feel bad for him. I do. But I don't know. Everyone wants to live in a fantasy world. Everyone wants to live in a fantasy world where everyone's got a million fucking hours and every teacher has the power and the ability to help every other fucking student and there's no problems in the world and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, we don't live in that world, dude. I have shit to do. Everyone has shit to do. You know, everyone in there complaining about it doesn't know the fact that I was also the fucking guy. I was also the... While all the other teachers in that school were leaving at the end of class, I would stay after for 2 or 3 extra fucking hours unpaid to help every student that wanted to stay behind and get more feedback and more critique and more help and more resume reviews and more interview invites. I was the fucking guy that stayed there till like 10 or 11 o'clock at night helping students every fucking class. I was that guy. So everyone in there that's complaining about how bad a fucking teacher I am because they heard that story, I love that shit. That's the kind of engagement I want. I want people to freak out. I want people to throw their fucking hats in the air and start yelling and screaming and clawing. Oh my God, this guy should be fired. It's like, that's fine. That's fine. I don't give a shit what you think. I did everything I could to help that guy.
I heard
Yeah, I heard something too. But yeah, it's whatever, dude. It's whatever. The reality is... Yo, Gamba just started. I forgot about that. Thank you, Keith. Thank you. I thought I pushed the button, but I don't think it triggered. Looks like Booba's in for a win tonight, boys. I've said it before. But I'll say it again. And I'll rephrase it right now. The teachers that pass you, the teachers that are easy on you, the teachers that sugarcoat everything they have to say, they don't actually care about you. Those teachers aren't doing you any favors. They don't actually care about you. It's the teachers that sit down and say, yeah, you're better than this. I don't, go home. Come back next week. That teacher actually gives a shit. When you're young and you're inexperienced and you don't know that, it feels like that guy's just an asshole. But you're gonna realize one day that that was the only motherfucker at that school that actually cared about you. That guy who actually told you, nah, this isn't good enough. This isn't enough. Go back to your seat. It's like, you're not gonna give me any feedback? No, I'm not. You didn't put any effort, why should I? That hurts. For a lot of people, that wakes them up. For a lot of people, they get fucking butthurt because they're not gonna be passed. They're not gonna have the free hand-me-out. You know, like, oh, just give me a solid C so I can move on to my next class. No, you don't deserve it. You actually just don't deserve it. And I'm not giving you the C. Oh man, you're a fucking asshole, man. You're too hard on everybody. No, actually, I think if you graduate from the school, you should be able to get a job. I think you should be able to get a job, and I think you should be able to pay back your student loans. And I'm the only one here that believes that. You don't even fucking believe that. So I'm the only one that actually cares about you. Wild. No way, dude. You're just a power trip. You're just power tripping, bro. It's like, okay, whatever, dude. Whatever, bro. Sure, I'm power tripping. Sounds good. I ain't got fucking time to power trip, dude. I got actual students that want to learn. Hey, what's up, Starry? Oops, wrong one. I'm trying to figure out how to make this... Yeah, exactly. Exactly says. Yeah. Yeah. People making lined notebook, their paper, they're like doing it. They get to class 30 minutes early and they try and do the homework. Yeah. These are exactly the same people. People who are getting angry about this and getting upset about what I said, those are the same exact people, like you said, that are hoping, oh man, they're gonna forgive everybody's loans. I heard a rumor, dude, they're forgiving everybody's loans. Yeah, sorry, I pushed my students so that they'd be able to pay them back on their own with their own skills. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, not taking it seriously and going to school in San Francisco is fucking wild, dude. It's fucking wild. Yeah, they do mean the taxpayer. Yeah, they do mean the taxpayer. Yeah, one thing you can also do, Keith, is you can also build your texture. You you can build and scale your texture, and then you can actually just clip the corner, the outside corner, right? So if it's a 1024 by 1024 and you build everything within 512, you can take the other three 512s and get rid of those and just shrink the whole image down to 512 by 512 or whatever the texture size ends up being. For context. Yeah, anyways, yeah, sounds good, Mika. Hey, what's up, Neo? Anyways, the short popped off. People were fucking screaming and pulling their hair out, you know. I love it. It's good engagement. The loans are absolutely predatory. Absolutely. Thank you for the 20 streak, Starry. Heck yeah. I think we're gonna do something like this. We're so close to texturing. We're so close. Yeah, I'll leave it at this for the most part. I mean, we can still talk about it, but I'm salty on the loan forgiveness after the many calls of Sally Mae treating me like some piece of shit, even though I always paid early, and they'd call me like I was late. Jesus, they're calling you? They never called me. They never called me. And I was a student of the 2008 crash. I had to defer my loans for years. But I paid those fucking loans back with a vengeance, bro. As soon as I had money. It took me a while to pay off my loans. I think it took me... How long did it take me? I want to say I was 27. So when I graduated, I was 21. I think it took me 6 or 7 years to pay them off. And to be clear, I paid them off because I was putting a massive amount of money in, and Mrs. Merck was putting almost her entire paycheck in every month. We put damn near every single dollar we had into those fucking loans. Because I was not about to live with that kind of debt over my head. I'm not against loan forgiveness, by the way, just to be clear. I think that should be pretty obvious. I think the system is massively fucked. I remember you guys telling us a little bit about the loans. That as long as you paid on time at the end of, I think it was like 10 years, the loan goes away? Something like 15? Something like that? Which I wish, I wish it kind of worked like that in the US. You're stuck with that loan forever in the US. That will never go away. That will dog you for the rest of your life. That's right. They take your income into account and they charge you based on how much you earn. Yeah. Thank you, says. Yeah, we are almost there. I think this is the solution. Yeah, I think our income-based thing is like you get income-based if you basically you do have to apply, and you basically have to tell the loan repayment agency that you're fucking broke and that you want to pay a reasonable amount. Okay. I think this will work. I think we're gonna go with this shape for now, so. I feel like my freaking mouse is dying, but I know it's not. Okay. Alrighty then. I think this is looking pretty good so far. So what we are going to do is we are going to save it and we are going to check all our names. And now we will select everything. Turn off caps lock. We'll make our Ashley material. And then we're going to go to shading. Hey, what's up, Zooted? Oh, God. It doesn't copy the material to every... Okay, screw it. Does anybody remember in Blender how to take the material on one object and apply it to all other selected objects as well? You gotta fluddle with the capacitor. You gotta get in the weeds. Copy to selected. I see, okay. Bro, it makes no fucking sense, dude. Sometimes Blender just does the most dumb shit imaginable. Like, okay, if I select every object, I want the action I'm performed to happen on all those objects. Am I alone? Am I the only fucking person that thinks that's how it should work? All right, she's looking good so far. She's looking good. This looks horrible. Oh my god. It's frustrating. Okay. So, we are going to... So I'm just going to UV this the way I UV things. Which is project from view. So I have all the UVs captured. And then we are going to mark seam. Yeah, I need to make a default one. I need to make a default scene that has the default color management set to sRGB. The fact that it's not is mind-blowing to me. If you select all your objects in Maya, and you apply a material, it applies it to all of them. Additionally, you can go into the material editor and right-click on it, and there's an option for the material that will also let you apply to selected, which is similar to what Blender does, to be fair. They're not totally alien. I think this has to be split here, doesn't it? But Blender does that a lot. That's the problem. Like, let's say I select 3 things and I apply a modifier because I want that modifier applied to those 3 things. It only applies it to one of them. Let's say I select 3 things that all have the same modifier, and I go to delete that modifier. It only deletes the modifier from the last selected object, instead of deleting it from all 3 of them, since all 3 of them have the modifier. Little things like that that just don't make sense. Like, just let me... just let me fucking do the thing. Well, I mean, I always select 5 things when I really only want to act on one. I'm going to mark scene here. Hold Alt doesn't always work. That's the real kicker. Mark that scene too. Yeah, they do fuck that up a lot. So let's get in the weeds here. Lines up pretty well, actually. Hello? Click off. Jesus Christ. Oh, I had shell select. Still, should have done exactly what I wanted. I took a bunch of notes when I was learning Blender. And I learned Blender on a Mac, actually, initially. Actually, I have a UV question. This is one thing that I don't feel I've been able to figure out on my own. I unwrapped her face. Okay, I'm gonna undo this. I wonder if anyone has a quick answer for me. I unwrapped her face as the shell. The collective shell, right? So it's one UV island. But I want to separate her mouth from her eyes so that I can cycle through the mouths separately and the eyes separately, and I can mix and match those faces. What is the quickest way for me to say select these bottom faces and just tear them off? and separate them from this upper shell. Select split from the drop-down. Okay, so Y is split selection. Ah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes. Okay, very nice, very nice. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So now this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So each one of these is 1/10 of the map. So if I go to texture tools and here, go here maybe? Isn't there any fixed movements tools? The Maya UV tools are so simple, and they're so clear as to what they do. If I had the time, I would just rewrite all the Maya tools. I mean, I can just grab the thing and slide it over like a doofus. That's totally doable. Ah, so that's what Y does every time I hit it on accident. Yeah. That's always a fucking plugin, dude. It's always a fucking plugin, bro. Okay, we're hitting this marker, which I don't like. So I'm gonna look at roll here. I'll try the Zen plugin though. I'll give it a shot. Yeah, I can kind of see the distortion in mine now. Okay, let's see. What is her biggest mouth shape? Someone may already have done the Maya add-on thing. That's possible, yeah. I think her face is too pointed. We need to bring some of these shapes forward. I can tell just by looking at the way the map is on her mouth. It's ads. Yeah, that needs to come forward a lot more. Perfect. Maybe not that much, but if we look at it from above, we can see Tron's face. There's a pretty good wedge to it, but it's... You do the math in the UV XY entry, you're a braver man than me. I think that's going to look better. Okay, let me turn on wireframe here. Okay. Maya Config Pro. Apparently it exists. Yeah, that being said, I don't know about Maya. So it most likely is not the same experience, but you can judge that for yourself. Maya Config Pro. I guess we'd look that up. The fastest way to transform from Maya to Blender. YouTube's blocked again. Okay. God, this video showing it off is showing nothing. It's way dramatic. I mean, it looks more confusing than Blender. That is terrible advertising. That is cringe. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. All right. I want to snap these two to these two. Stitch. Yeah. Cool, cool. That looked like it worked. I'll take that. I'll take that. I think it's really interesting that they put the nose texture on every face, but the nose doesn't actually... It doesn't actually change. And that is something I don't fully understand why. So there's the bottom nose piece. And these are just floating in the skin texture. So our triangle is actually correct. Yeah, I don't understand why they made that decision. It seems like a grievous misuse of... Okay. I'm gonna do a couple easy W's here real fast. Let's take a look at their thought process for modeling the, for unwrapping the arms here. Super straightforward, apparently. Huh. Range. Okay, so those are literally split by shell. Okay. Not too terribly difficult to manage. I'm gonna move her arms back just a little bit. Okay, so it looks like they were just split pretty straightforward like, so we'll just do project from view. Mark seam, select all, unwrap. So we're gonna want our front facing pieces right here. Rotate this around. We're gonna grab these two, which are the back faces. Okay, and then these are the interior faces. These are basically gonna be the same situation.
One of my main inspirations to take on 3D art. Even though I haven't a speck of artistic talent, only the appreciation for it.
Oh, thank you for the 8 months, Ahmad. Thank you, thank you. Nah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't believe in talent. I believe in hard work. I think if I can do it, anyone can, honestly. I don't think I'm a very talented person. I'm just very dedicated. And I'm very stubborn. I like art, and I can't stop doing it, so. I appreciate that, though. Thank you for the compliment. I really do appreciate that. And thank you for the sub as well. Thank you for 8 months. I mean, I have watched anime, but a lot of things are gonna fly over my head. I'm noticing that a lot of these shapes could really... They could have been simple, flat, like, colors, Like, you could make a sheet that is much more efficient than this. The more I look at this, you could make a bunch of basic shapes and then just push your UVs on top of them however you needed. The hand unwrap looks terrifying, though. That looks terrifying. Yeah, anyone can do art. Anybody can do it. God, this looks nightmarish. Okay, it's not too bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Anyone can get good at art, yeah. But like anything, it just takes time. I think when people say something is a God-given gift, they often may mean that it is something that you are very well suited to, personality-wise. Some people are not squeamish at the sight of blood, and they make good doctors. Is that because they have a talent for being a doctor, or is that just because they don't get sick at the sight of blood, right? So it's worth thinking about that sometimes. Some people are really good at skateboarding, like Tony Hawk, right? I don't think he has a talent for it. I think he just really loved skateboarding, and he wanted to be outside, and he wanted to be skating with his friends, and he wanted to be doing stuff, and that was it. And he was just at the right place at the right time. If it wasn't him, it was going to be someone else. It just happened to be him. Oof, unwrapping this hand is gonna suck. So let's just, Let's just get into it. Okay, that looks awesome, except it's backwards. It's freaking backwards, dude. Hey, what's up, Hex? Okay. Nope, don't move it. God damn it. Okay. Scooch this off to the side. Now, Ashley's not wearing any gloves, so we're going to have to remember that. We're just sort of blocking things in right now. This is the interior face, so we're going to scooch this down and then scooch this aside. And we're going to grab these faces. The hell do these go to? This is the back of the hand. It's your predisposition for picking up skill, but that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that is well put. That is well put. It is. Some people are just better adept at it. And like here's the thing. If you put me in front of a sculpture, if you put me in front of a piece of art and you tell me to work on it, I will work on it obsessively. Nonstop. But if you put me in front of some math homework or math paperwork and you tell me to crunch the numbers and try to solve for it, I couldn't care less. You know, so it's the same kind of thing of being like, well, my lawyer's super talented because he loves his he loves crunching numbers. He loves looking at legal documents. You know, that kind of stuff. It's nah, just anyone can do it. You don't. I believe in you. I believe in everyone. That's why I'm tough. That's why I'm honest with people. Yeah, I can sculpt you a killer X, but if you want me to actually solve for X, you better find somebody else. I could do that. See? Yeah, tolerance to hard work and effort, and the tolerance for different kinds of hard work, for sure, is a real thing. Yeah. All of these are backwards. This is upsetting. Look at her hands here. Oh, they're really smooshed up at the bottom. I kind of see what they're doing. My hand is more like Tron's. I won't be able to match it perfectly. I'll probably just have to paint over the seam. Or not over the seam, I'll just have to paint my own kind of thingy. Okay, let's see how this lines up. I'm pretty sure this is just straight on the knuckles here. Doesn't have to be perfect what we're doing here. I'm literally just using this to sort of understand the thought process for how they're utilizing these shapes. They probably did this. For this kind of work, for this kind of low poly stuff, yeah, it would be very difficult to try and do this in ZBrush. Yeah, they made a lot of weird decisions in these shells. Yeah, that's big true, Scrunch. That's very true. And most people don't push themselves. Most people don't put themselves into that uncomfortable situation. They like to stay in the comfort zone. Like, oh, I'm modeling something that I know how to model. I'm safe and cozy and comfy here. And it's like, yeah, you are, but you're not going to learn anything. Not at the speed you could be, and that's always the detriment. Okay. It's ads. Okay, I'm getting a feel for how everything's laid out. So what I'm not going to lay I'm not going to lay everything out. Like, I'm not going to lay the UVs out first and then make the map. What I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to make the actual map. And I'm going to take that and then import it. And I'm going to start adding sections and then laying out the UVs and adjusting the texture in relationship to each other. I think that's what I want to start doing. So let me... First of all, let me take a look at the file sizes here. So the roll PNG for her in-game file size is 256 by 256. And cutscene roll is 512 by 512. It could have been 256 by 512. Let's see. You got hit by old age. Yeah, I know how that feels. I hurt my shoulder taking my jacket off one day. That's when I realized I was old. I was like, oh my god! I threw my back out. The fucking arm feels like it's gonna fall off. Okay. Easing and throwing your back out. Yeah, too real. Oh my god, all of this is so real. I forget what I did the other day. I don't even remember what the fuck I was doing. Oh, I reached for something on the top shelf at the grocery store. Living in the Netherlands, things are a little bit higher here. And, I was like, there's no way I'm asking this fucking 16-year-old girl that's a foot taller than me to help me out. So I reached for the thing and like I could feel my shoulder about to explode. I was like, oh my god, I fucked up. I just gotta walk away. The fucking teenage girl stocking the shelves is like a foot taller than me. I was like, I can't ask her for help. I gotta draw the line somewhere. I just won't have butter today. Okay. I'm gonna make some tea. I'm actually a little cold up here. I'm gonna go make some tea, use the bathroom, I'm gonna come back, and then we are going to start building out the proper we'll build out the proper map. We'll start building that out. I'll show you guys kind of my process for that, and we'll go from there. And I think at this point, we have a pretty good chance of absolutely getting these colors done before the end of the night, which would be great. So, and the UVs shouldn't be too bad either. Should be quite easy, actually. You had to ask your brother to get something for your parents' kitchen? Dude, Elsie is not short. Elsie is not short. I can't imagine how tall your siblings are if that's the case. Oh my god. I consistently see people here that I'm like, wow, this is a tall person. It never ceases to amaze me. Ever. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm going to take a short break here. I'm going to maximize Gamba for your enjoyment. I'll put you over on the idle stream screen. I'm going to go make some tea. I'm going to come back, and then we are going to construct our own maps. And we're going to start building those out and getting started there. So I will see you in a few minutes.
Yeah!
Hello, friends. I'm back. I got my tea, got a little snack. Just burned myself. You know how it is. All right. So our plan here in a minute is going to be, we're going to make a brand new 512 texture for the body, and we're going to make a separate 512 texture for the face. And we're going to use the one as basically the cinematic face animation texture sheet, and we're going to divide that up into 5x5 columns for the faces. And then we will do the same for the body, except we won't divide it up into 5x5s. We'll just do a 256 by 256. And we will pack that full of whatever textures we need for her body. Most of it's going to be mirrored. We probably won't even need the whole thing, maybe? We'll have to take a look. So I'm gonna eat my snack here. My little Sauker waffle. Yeah, I know. It looks bald without the hat. I feel like this minigame has come up 3 or 4 times. I feel like I've seen this game a bunch since we ran this gamba. Oh, can you send me the image? Awesome. Mrs. Merck has a surprise for us. It looks amazing. All right. Let me... Oh, I thought you were going to Discord it to me. Okay. Let me set this up for us. Lost in my own folder structure. There we go. Alright, I have to hook it up. Booba forever, that's so true. Oh my god, that's so true. I have the one from last night. We're just taking a little break, Orange. I went to go get tea and we came back and Mrs. Merck sent me an image and I want to update an element of the stream. We're just getting into the textures. And I'm goofing around here in the background for a second. Okay, we're almost there. Alright, let's see if it works.
Why are we still here?
Hell yeah.
Just to suffer?
Should be longer, I think. Let me find the flashy thing here. There it is. I'll play it again because it fades too fast. I need a I need a version that fades it out quicker. Let's see. This should be... Trying to set this up, but I don't remember how I set any of this stuff up. So give me 1 second. Oh my god, okay. I see. Okay, let's try it.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Pretty good. I should make that... We should just go hard and just cover the whole fucking screen. Screw it.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Okay, that's pretty good. Actually, that one works out pretty well. Alright, I'm happy with that. Yeah, I hooked up a bunch of the emotes to new sound bites just in case we need to drop the emotes, because I don't want to have to look at chat and put the things in. So I made my own.
Let him die!
Are you for real? Is he for real?
Giga cringe.
I object to intellect without discipline.
That shit's funny. Oh, it was instant meme. It was instant meme.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
All right. We're about to get started here. Give me 1 second. Also, we got this goddamn ads. Man, Peach was doing a lot of work at the start of this game for Team Booba, but fun Mario Party fact, you can tell which character is most likely to win based on the idle animation they have when you have them on the select screen. When they trip is still random though. But the thwomp and the womp, if you actually go back and look at the video for that, the thwomp and the womp were both had the most energy in their animations. In their idle animations when they were picking. Like the thwomp was dancing from side to side. And the womp, the blue block guy, he was like lifting into the air and then doing like a flip and coming back down. And if you looked at Boo, Boo was like staring at the ground and the Babam was walking really slow. So you know from that, it's one of the two womp or thwomps. It's one of them that's going to win, most likely. It's not always the case, but your odds are like 80%, 90%. If you know that and you get to pick first, you can almost always win. All right, let me save this. Move this out of the way. Okay, let's go back to Blender. Thank you for letting me take a small break there. Well, I mean, I was going to do it anyways, so. Okay. I'm going to make two textures. Two 256 by 256s. And I'm going to share, let me load a sprite here.
Incoming transmission.
Yo, incoming transmission. God, there is so much shit on my screen right now. Oh my god. Okay. Where's the hotkey for this? You take that. No, I want the fucking rectangle. There we go. Now I'm going to start by placing this face. This is going to be our face texture. I mean, this is the perfect song for everything that we have on the screen. There's no game that has an insane, intense fucking UI like what's it called? Frickin' Xenoblade. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm going to use the base textures as reference. My goal isn't to prove I'm the world's best fucking copycat. My goal is to pretend like I'm on the team, and this is what I would do to emulate the style for my own project, or if I was hired onto the team, what would I do? Okay, this should be saved. Pyra. Yeah, Mithra, Pyra. Pyra's cool. I like Chronicles too, it's a good game. Actually, I think I need to reconnect it. Okay, open the face, open this, open the roll. Oh, I can see the UVs now, nice. Okay, so for her face, we are going to add a separate material specifically up here. I'm holding caps lock. No wonder why. Okay. Like this. Yeah, looks good, looks good. Actually, face. Sign. Go to shading. Was it Control T? Alt T? I don't remember what it is. Add input. Image texture. Actually, face. Closest. Color. This should go to emission. Alpha. We probably don't need alpha for any of this, but we're going to add it anyways, just to be safe. UV editing. Ashley face. Okay, so this is how my face map is going to be laid out. Now, for the Ashley texture, we're going to go back to Ace Bright. We're going to add this to the blend file. And we are going to pick this color. Okay. Wrap my head around this again. Are you going to draw over the model with a digital pencil, then do the texture art, or a different way? So I used the roll texture to block out some of the initial things to understand some of the confusing sections that I didn't have answers for. And to see how they laid things out. And now that I've laid out some of the basics and I understand how it's going to work, I'm going to lay out all the textures by hand using my own layout. And I'm just going to build them in Ace Bright. So I'm going to go to shading. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to change this to the Ashley texture. Yeah, Mrs. Merck still has a bit of a cold. She's feeling a little better today. She'll be better, though. She'll be better tomorrow. That's what we feel. So, let's go back. So we're going to go over here. Grab this shadow color. I think we should go green. Yeah, we pretty much have to go old school. I'll pop this question while we wait.
Scrunch asks, any tips for sculpting organic forms? I'm having trouble selling fat sitting on top of muscle and making bony landmarks look natural in my sculpts.
I often find that when people struggle with getting fat on landmarks or on characters, it's often because they may actually be more uncomfortable with hiding the anatomy that they've sculpted. So you do just have to kind of be bold, and you have to remember that once fat gets placed on top of anatomy, like for example, most of the female hip, like the butt and the actual hip section, the actual muscles are hidden entirely under fat. So you're not going to see those muscles necessarily anymore. You're going to see slight deformations in the fat that floats on top of them. Almost like, for example, if you have like a bed sheet or like a duvet cover or something, and you put a random object under the cover, you know something's under the covers and that it's not the shape of the flat bed mattress surface, but you don't exactly know what it is. You just know it's affecting the surface. So you kind of have to remember. Velterusten, Elsie, good night. You just have to remember that, number one. So start there. Try to be brave with those shapes. And then for any sort of bony landmarks, those are going to be met by how you treat your edge control. So soft edges versus hard edges. So having hard-edged lines or creases near boning landmarks makes them feel harder and more structured than softer creases. So that's something you should be thinking about as you work. But if you have my brushes, use the MF soft forms for building up fat. That's the main one that I use for building up fat structure and anatomy shapes. Yeah, you're welcome. Hopefully that's helpful. Trying to remember how to edit an indexed palette. There we go. So my method is usually just to project certain things from view, like you see me doing. And then I will properly unwrap them later. My main goal is just to get these color zones blocked off. In addition to reserving some space. Oh yeah, for those that didn't hear the news last night, if you check the chat, I do have a new schedule system uploaded onto my website, and it allows you to check the stream schedule so you can see what kind of events and what's happening in the upcoming month or two of the stream. So if you're interested in what kind of projects I'm working on, etc., that is the place to find that information. You can also use !schedule to summon the schedule link. This is the inside face, is it not? No, this is the back face. Same thing. What is the fastest straighten tool? Oh, sync from mesh turned on, so it's gonna shit its pants most of the time, yeah. Okay, I have honestly no idea what the fuck's happening. Okay, guess it just doesn't want me to do anything.
Whose footprints are these?
Those are ad footprints. Okay, I mean, I can do it, but I don't want to have to fucking hit 3 keys every time I want to straighten a goddamn edge. Seems excessive. I'm gonna leave this flat here. Okay, that's looking fine. I might do this instead. Okay, go back to a sprite here, and we're gonna make a new color. A new color like that. Just got a sweater. Just got a letter from Sweden, and these stamps rule. What do they taste like? They have pictures of sushi and clams on them. Oh, that's cool. Let's see. I need the shadow to be like that. Okay. Wonder. Let's try moving this. Grab these. And then she has the brown sweater. Oh shoot, did we see who won Gamba? Alright, let me check that out real fast. I remember it was Peach and Yoshi playing for Booba. And I think it was DK and Luigi playing for Okay. Yoshi won. So let's confirm what team he was on. Yeah, he was Team Booba. Wow. How is that possible?
Booba forever, ever, 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 ever.
Yeah, Yoshi won, but he had 4 stars and DK had 9. How is that possible? Let me look at, hold on. DK had 9 stars, Yoshi had 4. DK had the most coins. I don't know if you guys can see this. But Peach won a star. Yoshi won a star, that gives him 5. Yoshi and Luigi won stars. Maybe Yoshi had more coins? No, there's no way DK had 9. He had 6. It's hard to see with that fucking candle there. Okay. He had 5. Okay. He had 5. I was like, he had 9. How did he win? Shut the fuck up, Mark. No one's listening. Alright. Booba. That's a Booba win for you guys tonight. Congratulations. Alright, should we keep Pure Ref on the screen? I feel like we can turn the Pure Ref off and we can move this over. How about this? Booba coming back.
Booba forever, ever, 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 ever.
Okay, let's add a shadow color to the skirt. This is gonna look like crap. So it's the wrong one. Okay. Yeah. People are desperate for a Booba win these days, so to pull it off, that's a big W for the Booba team. Congratulations. Now, in theory, we could also grab these and scale them. For now, I'm going to leave it like that, though. We can map these legs pretty quickly. Grab this. We'll do project from view. I'm gonna grab this foreleg here. And I'm gonna scooch it over like this. Thank you so much for telling me about Split. This has changed my life. I just want to unfold this. I don't want to frickin'... Maybe these tools need to be updated for 5. None of these things work. Annoying. I think those shadows should come down further. Enjoy your dinner. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Grab that one for the inside. Grab this one. View. It's over here. This was pretty much my method in Maya. Project from view and then do whatever was necessary. Especially for low poly stuff like this, you have a pretty easy, you're kind of just free to do whatever you need to the mesh at this point. Chunking stuff around like this. Wait a minute. Why is there a poly here? We just found 4 new triangles to save. We can delete that face because we don't actually need it. Oh yeah, the optimization's just pouring in now. Okay. The rest of this... Free triangles. Yeah, big value. Yo, what's up, Polytheme? Welcome in. Hello. Here to enjoy some low poly. Project from view. Let's just throw it on the... Poly go down! Poly count go down! We forgot to move her hand over. Thank you. Welcome in. I'm actually going to move this hand over here because it's going to need to get scaled up for her actual hand. So I'm just going to reserve this section for the hand. Booba. Poly Booba. Yeah, we're blocking a lot of things in. Her Booba is gonna... It's gonna shape up pretty nicely at some point. Now is not that point, though. We can do this, though. To sort of mimic she's got ballistics. I wonder if we could even just scale it up slightly. We'll end up drawing this on properly once we get our stuff sorted out here. We're actually going to do some texture work, but we need to lay all this stuff out. So this... All right, let's blob in some other things here. Let's get her hair in there as best we can. Let's go back to A-Sprite. She is quite blonde. We already have a pretty good blonde color on roll, so let's go ahead and just grab that. I actually think I only need this, 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 and this. And then I need this, this. Yeah, so fat distribution is something that my workshop is going to cover, exclamation mark workshop. It's going to cover pretty heavily because there is no information on it. It is very much left to like, here's a few groupings of fat. Good luck. So I've taken it upon myself to narrow down as much as I could. Because I personally find it useful to have that information available, and no one has ever seemed to want to create any sort of fat chart, so... Might as well be me. Yeah, it can be hard to come by, unfortunately. I've gathered a lot of reference. I've gathered a lot of reference from multiple different sources, multiple different creators that I feel like brings some of those it brings some of those answers, because there's not only is there fat on the face, which is very commonly covered, and color zones for the face, but there's also color zones for the body, and you'll rarely find good color zones for the body information, and you rarely find good fat source information. So like where a lot of the fat again is around the hips and around the chest, but there's also going to be fat on the lower leg and around the knees, things like that. So just paying attention to those fat paths and finding that resource, that information on that, I mean, it takes a lifetime of digging basically, and digging around and looking at reference. And color zones is tough. Yeah, it's tough. Again, I'm trying to put together a bunch of stuff for that. I'm doing my best, so. Okay. Let's get these polys, because these look stupid as hell right now. Might have to do that instead for Ashley. That's pretty cute. Okay, I think for block out, she's looking pretty good so far. Let's jump back to A Sprite.
What was that noise?
That was the noise of ads. All right, let's get the A Sprite. Let's actually do a little painting. Yeah, I might have to angle the ears back so that we don't actually see that. Want those big mousy ears. right. Let me check the Ashley reference here. We're gonna add some cream color. Clean up most of this outer edge. This could be good real estate for pixels later. I'll clean it up for now. And if I need to cut it out later, that's fine. Okay, and then let's see. Let's make a new creamy brown color. Maybe like this. Okay, we're going to try and add some detail to the slippers. We may do some, not the slippers, the sweater. We may do some dithering too. But we'll start with the sleeve here. So I might need to actually just tear these off because this is going to end up taking up a ton of space. And now, I want to say I can move these lower, but I can't really. I have to see. The other thing we could do, let's go back to A-Sprite. Let's lock, grab our dark green. We can lighten it up. And we could add a new darker green, like this. Lock that. And then do some kind of... Maybe not that close. It's not proper spot. Well, I think those are almost even, but I don't actually think... I think one of them might be off. I think this one might actually be too wide, or this one's too small. Not 100% sure. But the point is to test. So now, let's go back over here. Grab this. We're gonna grab the faces here. And then we are going to project from view. And this is not going to be perfect, so what we actually want to do is grab this edge, mark seam, grab these, flip it around, and then go in here, unwrap for minimum stretch. I know why it's doing what it's doing, but I don't like it. The fucking snap would work. Wish any of these tools would work. Maybe I need to upgrade them. Hold on. This is annoying the shit out of me. These are some of the most basic actions that you need tools, extra tools for. Update. Update. Save preferences. Okay. Snap. Okay, that works now. That's good. That's good. That's good. Align. No. No. Oh, it's because we have that turned on. Grab all that. Grab this. Thank goodness. Okay. Flip it that way. Okay, there's almost something here. Freaking out. It's messed up, but that's kind of beside the point at the moment. We're just trying to see if this is interesting. Yeah, I kind of like it. It adds a blockiness to it that I find relatively present in a lot of the other stuff. And it replaces the tartan pattern with kind of a pleated look. And it adds that detail that I think is missing. So we're gonna redo that in a minute, but we are gonna correct the UVs first. So grab this. I'm gonna grab this piece, just move the hell out of the way. Okay. Let's relax that. And then let's relax this.
V has come too.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, we're relaxing it into oblivion, which is not our goal. Normalize it, which almost helps. Let's do this instead. Cylinder project. See, that's better. I think the solution here is going to be to break each one of the faces and then have a group of vertical lines like I have, and then match those individual faces. So I think it's going to be grab everything. Grab everything. It's not working. There we go. Gridify, scale. Because the scale is always going to be slightly off. Yeah, I saw that whole massive tweet thing and everyone talking about that on Twitter, and I was like, this is stupid. It's a case by case basis. You do it when you need to, you don't when you don't. It's not that difficult. Okay, let's go back to A Sprite because we're on the right path. I just want to fix this. I want to make this make more sense. So we are going to grab... Sorry, we are going to grab... Ugh, okay. What is it? Q? Shift Q? What the hell is it? Alt Q? QQ? Lasso tool? M for marquee. I guess that makes sense. Doesn't. Well, I have not used this in quite a while. What the hell am I doing wrong? It's not a slice. Cut and paste. Sure, whatever. I don't need to be that high. Well, I'm gonna spoil the 3D art secret here that no one wants you to know. Nothing is cut and dry, and there's always reasons to do things in a million different ways. So... They should be too thick, so I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, that's 2, 3, 2, like this. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. I probably don't need all these. 1, 2, 3. But that's not really the point. The point is, because I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, like, what are you doing? The point is that I'm blocking out sections of the map based on my estimations. Now, what you could do back in the day is you could block things out. You could make a 64 by 64, and a lot of these maps would then get packed together, and the UVs would be offset, usually maybe by a script or a machine, possibly by the artist. It really depends. But in the case of what I'm doing here, I'm blocking off sections of the texture based on a rough estimate. Like, it's not a science. You know, there's a million ways you could do it, and I'm sure you could find someone out there that's like, block off each portion based on the scale and 3D volume, blah, blah. You know, that's not the answer. This is art. And if you look at the original textures, there's massive blank sections in those textures too. So really, I'm just filling in the sections that I think I need to fill in for whatever I'm doing. And then I will go in, for example, for the booba, I will actually create some sort of rounded shapes that make the breast shape there. And I will then paint those sections in. And if I need more room, I'll just move stuff around. It's not impossible to do, right? So we're gonna do that for our skirt. Motive, welcome in. Hello. Okay, so we're gonna get A sprite out of the way. I'm gonna go back in here. I'm gonna grab these. This down. Doesn't need to be that long. So we're gonna scale. Turn this off real fast. Scale. And let's take a look at it. Yeah, we're doing a little texturing. Makes it much easier. This seems wildly inaccurate, but okay. That seems to be the appropriate scale. So we're gonna do... So this now makes them 6 apart. This is probably what I had originally, but at least they're accurate now. And we'll get rid of this one too. That's fine. Perfect. Back into Blender. Grab it, rip it off, unwrap it, roll it to the side, scale it up, move it around. Yeah, we're using Prebon. This is my first time using it, so I'm finding it very, very cozy to work with. Yeah, I like how this is looking. I think these need to be thicker and they need to move down more. They're too high at the moment. It's on Illusion of Mana's website. Scale. So I think they need to be a pixel thicker. But we are going to lay these out first. Then we will adjust them. Kind of scares me now that I think about it. Adjust them. Getting these to be the right shape is the most important thing right now. Oh, let me move A sprite out of the way here. Okay. I think like that is probably going to be good.
Whose footprints are these?
Those are ad footprints. Okay. Yeah, they need to be thicker. They absolutely need to be thicker. Let's thicken those up a smidge, shall we? That is not thickening them up. We'll do an extra line here. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Okay. Grab this, rip it off, move it, unwrap it. Scale it up. I actually kind of, what do we think? The back ones? I still think they need to be thicker. I still vote for thicker. Exactly. We like them thick in here. I feel like it's just more interesting. Uh-oh, ads. Okay, so I thickened them up. I'm gonna move this out of the way. Scooch it over here. Thicker, man. Thicker! What are you doing? This is Ashley Graham. She wouldn't have these weenie-ass pleats on her skirt. She's the president's daughter, for God's sake. Yeah, we're cooking. That's it. That's the ones. We're cooking now. Get rid of that. I think we only need 3. Okay, we way overestimated what we needed there. This is coming together. This is coming together. I'm excited so far. I'm liking this. All right, get back to your positions. No slacking off. We may actually only need one, quote-unquote, like, pillar kind of thing here. The triangulation that's causing that. Not gonna sweat about it though at the moment. Okay. Unwrap this one. Rotate. Scale. Scooch over. Instead of 3. The interesting thing about going with this color, I think, is that this shape is actually slightly reminiscent of some of the Reaverbot shapes. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is reminiscent of the shapes, and that's part of the reason why I like it, because it has that Megaman feel. It adds a bit of a Megaman feel to it because I'm using the shape language that they use. We really only need one of these pillars, so we can grab this, shrink it way down, stick it right there. Perfect. Yowzers. Not what I wanted to do. Nice. Yeah, I really want to spend some time, and I would love to make, ironically, well maybe not, but I would love to make a horror game in this style. I think there's something interesting about the contrast, the charm. It makes the fear or the terror more contrasting. So that's kind of why I'm using Ashley as a reference here. But that's cool. That's cool. I love the Reaver bots. Is this albedo only? Yeah, this is these are all unlit base color stuff. I think we need a darker shadow back here. That's number one. I'm already seeing we could grab these edges or faces. And they can go here. We can cast that in shadow. And then we can grab these. And then move those. Unwrap. Other way. Okay. No, nay. What freaking direction do I want it to come from? I want it to come from this direction. 180. There. That's half of her. Up. No. Rotate 90. Scooch that in just about like that. Perfect. Yeah, I made a little prototype a while back for a Legends style thing, but I never did anything with it. So I figured doing this event and kind of showing people the process of making Megaman Legends style art would give me some inspiration to get excited for it again. Let's put a few blocks in for darker colors of her hair. So let me go to Ace Bright here. Because the bright hair looks fine, it's just too much. We need a darker color here. Borrow Roll's here. Roll has great blonde hair. I'm just going to use that. Oh. Copy this. Your weakness is rigging? I hate rigging, but I know how to do it. I just hate it. So my wife is an animator. I will do rigging so that she can work on something. But I refuse to do it for anyone else. Like, I won't even do it for money. I just hate it. I just hate it so much. Okay, let's block these in real fast. Really? It's the textures that slow you down. Sounds like you and I need to team up. Because this shit is my jam. I'm gonna make that dark. Let me grab this triangle. I love this kind of monotonous stuff. If you have a link you can share, you can go ahead and post the link in chat for everybody to enjoy. That's totally fine here. As long as you don't abuse that power, you're more than welcome to share. We share a lot of work in this stream. A lot of people in here making a whole bunch of different kind of art. But yeah, I'd love to see it. I understand. The textures are where, you know, the, kind of where the rubber meets the road, if you will, you know? Let's look at this. I'm gonna grab this section and shadow it off. Maybe like that. Thank you, Scrunch. Yeah, I think it's coming together. Yeah, see, that's gonna start to give her a little more character. This is not working, but that's okay. Grab this, scale it up. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice. Very nice. Okay, we gotta go back to our temporary face sheet. And we're gonna start making some edits here. I'm gonna come back and actually do this proper like. But for now, I'm gonna clean up her face like that. Yeah, nice suit. Her nose is still wonky. We need to do her bangs next. I think getting her bangs right will help a lot. We need to move her nose too. Her nose should technically be on the face texture, but I still don't know why they do that. It's such a strange decision. Grab that right there. Cassie Mood 007. Hello, hello. Welcome in. We can gently increase the size of her nose a little bit. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, let's move her bangs. Oh, nice. I'll check that out in just a second. This should come up there. Yeah, so we're going to put the bangs here, most likely. And if we go back to Sprite real fast. Oops, there we go. We'll grab this. Doink. Do that. Now this I don't have a good solution for yet. Oops. Go back, go back, go back. I'm gonna just cut through it like this. It's a little too even. And then we will cut through with our alpha, since we've already planned for this. We already knew we were going to cut out this section. All right, let me peep. Let me peep it. Let me check this stuff before I show it on stream real fast. You always gotta be careful on stream. All right, this one looks cool. Let's scooch this out of the way. This is rad. This is cool. Love these sharp edges. Very readable. Love the colors. Very, I don't want to say steampunk. That's not what I'm thinking, but this does actually remind me of Final Fantasy XI. Some of the cool mechanical creatures they had in Final Fantasy XI. It's cool. Like it though. I like it. Let's check the pixel art in here. This is good pixel stuff. Dang. Yeah, this is some sick work. Nice Metal Gear reference. Hold on. We gotta do it.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
This is great stuff. Yeah, this is cool, man. This stuff is rad. Ooba. Ooba detected. This is really cool. This is really cool. 3D modeling all the way at the bottom. Nice, dude. Yeah, these are clean models. This is clean. Nice. Little Mega Man Legend stuff? Hell yeah. Love it. Yeah, this one's cool. Love the fingers here. Love these angles. Very nice. Oopa. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, I love the stuff. Great stuff, dude. Where can we find you? Post your links. Gotta sign in. Alright, hold on. We gotta follow. Give me 1 second. Let me just go back to Blender mode here. Let me make sure I'm signed in. No, I signed into the wrong account. I'm a phony. Actually, I have multiple accounts. Yeah, this is Ashley from RE4 for Megaman Legends. What the hell? Why can I not log into Blue Sky? I feel like my thing is always messed up. Alright, I'm gonna follow you on Twitter because I can follow you on Twitter right now. But Blue Sky is not letting me log in because... I don't know. I don't know why. Because it hates me. Because it hates me, that's why. Nice. I'll throw you a follow on Twitch too, man. Your stuff's good. I love it. I love good art. I love looking at good art. I love finding people who make good art. It's always a big W in my book. I will follow you on Blue Sky as soon as I figure out how to freaking log back in. You know what I'm saying? I logged in once, and then I just don't know how to log in again, I guess. I think I just have to reset my password. Oh, no, I don't. I'm just mentally broke, I guess. There we go. Followed. Nice. Yeah, I know a lot of people are making the move to Blue Sky, and I'm trying to be more active on Blue Sky. I'm like an old head. I've been on Twitter for so long, it's hard for me to remember to actually go to other websites. But thanks for sharing, though. Your stuff's cool. You can post your links, by the way, to make it easier for people to find your stuff if you want to. So go for it. Only if you feel comfortable doing it, though. That's fine. Let people follow you. Share the work. Definitely, if you haven't clicked the links, definitely check out Motive's stuff. It's good stuff. It is. It's Merc approved, fam. Yeah, all the JP users are definitely moving to Blue Sky. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, like I think it's just important to remember there's a lot going on in it, but the Japanese, the general level of respect for people in Japan is way fucking higher than in the West. It's way higher. I'll tell you guys a really quick story. Hey, check out the links, by the way. Check out Motive's links. Give him a follow. This is such a random story, but I'm going to tell you the story. And I'm going to tell you because there's a reason. And there's a reason why there's so many people in Japan that are leaving Twitter and they're moving to Blue Sky. And I'm going to give you an anecdote to explain why. When I played Final Fantasy 11 back in 2002, and I'll finish this before the commercials. Back in 2002, I played only with Japanese players. And the amount of civility and respect that every player offered to every other player was phenomenal. Players would shout into zones using the shout command, which everyone in the zone can hear or see your text. And they would, by default, apologize before shouting. They would say, excuse me, sorry for the shout. Then they would write their message. That's the level of respect that they give you in a video game. Okay? So when the American players showed up, when the Western players showed up, that rule of courtesy was gone. And the Japanese players were wildly offended by it. They felt disrespected. And so you can imagine that if you look at the Twitter situation, where a lot of these Japanese artists expect that kind of courtesy and respect for their work, not only from the Japanese, but from the West. And then you find that that's being completely disrespected. Of course they're going to pick up and leave. There's absolutely no reason they shouldn't, right? That's the kind of politeness that they offer and they expect and they behave in. And it's just not being offered back. So yeah, of course, they're just going to say, hey, F this, I'm out of here. Which is exactly what happened. So there you go. There's the story. The politeness that's generally brought to the table in Japan by Japanese culture is really special. So yeah. I understand. I understand exactly why they're making those decisions. Doesn't shock me in the slightest. Exactly, Polly. Exactly. Like riding on the trains and feeling how quiet and well-maintained those trains are, walking through the cities and seeing how clean they are, the general cultural respect for the communal idea that everyone takes care of the city, not just the people who are hired to take care of the city. You take care of it because it's your home. It's tremendous.
You're watching Mercurial Forge, home of the Booba.
Home of the Booba.
He's working on his next 3-day ban, so settle in and shrimp up. Booba forever.
Booba forever. So true. Thank you for the raid, Davey, by the way. Thank you. Welcome in. 3D and Chill, the final art stream of the year. Really? How'd the final stream go? Sculpting Samus? Nice. Oh no, he's stuck in ads. The perfect raid time, right into ads. We'll catch him when he gets out. Nope. Oh. Good song. Hey, Davey. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I hope your final art stream went well. I see Samus was on the books, so that's pretty awesome. Samus is cool. Yeah, Motive, you mentioned the desire to be part of a collective rather than be individual. Yeah, that comes across a lot when you look at Japan and you look at the way that artists in Japan behave versus artists in the West. Artists in the West are extremely, the desire to be independent, you know, have your own style and be unique is way, it way overshadows the idea of the collective, where when you look at artists in Japan, their desire to be like their heroes. It's a huge contrast. It's a huge contrast. You see trash, you pick it up. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you for the slurp, by the way. I will. Yeah, we kiss the homies around here. Nice, you're gonna do a full game-ready model. Hell yeah. Yeah, the data, yeah. The data smooch. Yeah, that's a classic. You've been here for a while. Data's always around here somewhere, doing something cute. Cancel. That's not what I wanted to do. My brain is so ZBrush coded right now. I might need to cook up a new creative idea for this. Davey, I'm in A Sprite right now. Use an A Sprite to get most of this stuff done. Let's see. Let's move. Okay, we can put a highlight there. These UVs are terrible, but be lying if I said I didn't care. But I may just not care for the moment. Yeah, she did have a bald spot there for a second. Look, all that zombie stuff really gets to you. Can't blame her. I'm going to use a little subpixel stuff here to add a little bit of softness. I'm gonna lock this color and change the tone. Well, yowzers. Not that one, though. Should be super saturated, but also very light. No worries, no worries. Perspective gets easier the more you put into it, you know? Like all things. Sounds cool, though. Might actually have to do like a real placement for this portion of her hair. This is stupid. You finished your test print of chainmail that you wanted for your mask? It looks cool. Nice. I think it's a tough, I think it's a tough one to kill a main character like that. I think if they were gonna kill Leon, they might give him more of a prominent role. You see, I believe that Leon goes in to rescue Grace. Will he die? Possibly. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. If her car is filled with monster cans and she's a goth baddie, I can forgive her. Fair. I mean, it's pretty big. That's big of you to do such a forgiven. But I respect it. I think if Leon gets a smooch from Ada, his ass is dead. Kiss that son bitch goodbye. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he better fucking stay. He's still got it. He better come on screen and be like, feels good to be back. That's the kind of shit I want. I want cheesy shit. It's fucking Resident Evil. That's what I'm ready for. That's what I'm ready for. Live unwrap. Didn't do what I wanted. No, he better say shit like that. No thanks, bro. That's a fucking Leon banger right there.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute Leon classic. Not what I wanted to do. Get that thing out of here. Bounding box, please. Yeah, for those that don't know, you can check my website for the schedule, or you can type in !schedule to see the schedule for the stream. I kind of actually like that. That might have been the shape I was looking for. Remember when we were exploring those other bold shapes? This might be it. You can check the schedule, but I have scheduled the Resident Evil 9 release into the stream. And we're going to do a playthrough, because I don't do a lot of gaming on this channel, but I think that's going to be good content, so. And I actually do not really like scary games. I get pretty fucking scared, so you guys will get to enjoy that. Yeah, it's almost there. Too much now. Too much, Merc. You had it right. You tried to plus it up. It didn't need it. It didn't need plussing. RE2 rocks. You guys want to hear the story? You guys want to hear the story? So when I was in college, I think it was around the time Shadow of Colossus came out. And it had been out for a while, actually. Let me check the release date on Shadow of Colossus here. Shadow of Colossus came out in 2005, so it released right around the time I started college. So it was probably a year or so later, and on break between my afternoon class and my evening class, my friend and I walked to the Best Buy down somewhere on Market Street, and we went in there. And I bought Shadow of Colossus because I'd been thinking about buying it for a while, been talking about it, looked it up, liked the look of it, you know. And I was like, well, you know, it's finally time. It's finally time to play. Bought the game, came back, went to class. I'm in class, and I sit down, class starts. And I forget exactly what we were talking about, but the teacher starts talking about something. And he says, you know, blah, and go. And one of my friends in class, he doesn't know I just bought the game. And he says, yeah, it's like in Shadow of Colossus when the horse dies. And I pull the game off of the table that I'm sitting at, and I hold it up, and I'm like, dude, I just bought it. And he was like, oh, I'm very sorry. It'd been out for maybe a year by the time that happened. So it was a little premature of him to do that. Yeah, the horse does not die. Don't spoil it, dude. Don't spoil it, dude. How dare you? You can't just spoil a 20-year-old game like that, bro. But yeah, that was super funny when that happened. I wasn't mad, to be fair. I wasn't even mad. I was just like, I had no idea. It was a funny opportunity. It was a funny moment. I enjoyed it. Does she look better with the lit neck? No, I like her neck in shadow more. Yeah, that looks better. Oh, the old one. Old Ashley every time. Old Ashley every single time. I like the original Ashley, and I refuse to accept the new one. I think she's fine, and I think the new game is great, but I will always prefer the original Ashley. Leon! I love it. It's one of my favorites. And I will always prefer Follow Me. I will always prefer that. Apparently 5 and 6 are not good games. I don't know who's telling you that. The 5 and 6 they're great games. The people who say 5 and 6 are not good games are people who've never played 5 and 6. I'm not gonna say they're like fucking masterpiece, like masterpiece theater style games. But they're fun games. I mean, probably need to tone back this hairpiece, actually. I want that... I actually want to move this up here. And I want to grab this. Okay. That's what I'm saying. People who don't like 5 and 6, in my opinion, are not real Resident Evil fans. They're people that are looking for a very specific kind of game. They're not fans of Resident Evil, they're fans of those types of games. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Where does this go to? It goes there. That's where that goes. Also, by the way, I think it's fine to be fan of Resident Evil games, but just not a fan of those games. But people lose their shit when it comes to 5 to 6. People freak out and they're like, they're not real. They're not real. They're not real Resident Evil games. It's like, oh my god, dude, you're frothing at the mouth. Relax. God damn it. Okay. Click, 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 click. We're gonna move these up here. Right here. That's like if I was talking to you and I was like, oh yeah, I think Breath of the Wild is a really good game, but Tears of the Kingdom is dog shit. It's a terrible fucking game. It's terrible. It's horrible. Worst game in the series. And it's like, okay, what didn't you like about it? It's like, I didn't like that it had building mechanic. Okay. But is that enough to make it the worst game in the series? Like a terrible fucking game? No. I don't like it. But I still think Breath of the Wild is an amazing game. And I still think Tears of the Kingdom is an amazing game. I just don't like Tears of the Kingdom. 6 is awesome, bro. I know people dog on 6, but 6 rocks, dude. 6 is some bad boy bullshit. I love it. But to be fair, we're not exactly solving world hunger here, so if you don't like Resident Evil 6, you know, whatever. I just stand by the statement that I don't actually think you're a Resident Evil fan. I'm not trying to be, like, super fucking edgy. I just think 6 is fun. It's a good game. It's a fun experiment. Okay. Five with friends is the only way to play it, really. If we're talking shop. If we're talking shop. I wanted to play 5 with Nuggy, Chicky Nuggy, friend of the show. But the opportunity just hasn't presented itself. I probably could flatten the UV here, but I don't give a shit, actually. I think Tears of the Kingdom is a really well-built game with a lot of passion put into it by the developers. I don't like it, though. I don't like building mechanics. They bore the shit out of me. So when they were like, it's a Zelda game, but with building mechanics, that just didn't appeal to me. It's like, okay. Zelda's finally caught up to that weird trend where everything had to have building and construction stuff in it, you know? That's fine. Not every game is for me. That's okay. I accept that. I can judge a game based on the quality of the game, not just on how my emotions react to when I hear about it. You know what I mean? That's why the Resident Evil stuff bothers me. When people are like, fucking 6 is garbage, dude. It's like, it's not though. It's not garbage. It's a pretty well-made game and it's fun. You just don't like it. It's okay. Didn't like the hot, cold, and weapon durability, survival stuff. Yeah, I think that's totally fine. I think that's for me, I'm like, that's a very valid reason to not like it. But to say it's a garbage game, which you're not saying, but to say it's like, it's a garbage game is like, oof, that's a bit hyperbolic, don't you think? Again, you're not saying that as far as I'm aware, so. Turn off these god dang things. That looks like shit. I think what we want to do is just fill this in. Doink. Yeah, that looks good. Hit it with a doink. Who's that? Logic need not apply. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's ads. That who that is. Yeah, we kissed the homies. Yeah, I apologize. That was foolish of me to think that people on the internet would have rational reactions to things. Keep hitting the wrong button. Yeah. I don't really care though, whether people like those games or not. I think people overreact to them. Are they going to remake 5 and 6? I don't know. But yeah, the way people react to fictional shit is kind of scary sometimes. Well, you have to think about the fact that, like, if you're an artist... Oh, good. The unsubscribers can't hear. I think, when you have a skill... This is going to be an insane statement, but I'm making it anyways because I don't give a shit. I think when you have a skill, it definitely provides a lot of context for other things in the world. That's my bold statement for the day. What I'm trying to say is that when you have a skill, it gives you a perspective that other people don't necessarily have on what they enjoy in the world and why, if that makes sense. It's coming across kind of rough. I'm trying to focus my attention on saying something smart. When you have a skill, you have something else in life, is kind of what I'm trying to say. And a lot of people only have their fantasy fiction game thing. That's what they believe in. That's the thing that they side with. And people choose tribes, right? So people who like X game, they're quote unquote in a tribe with each other. Oh, I like this game, you're in my tribe because you also like that game. You also like that anime, right? That's the thought process that a lot of people have, which is fine. But when someone outside of the tribe doesn't like or enjoy game the same way your people in your tribe do, then people get fucking furious. And that's that like weird lizard brain shit that drives humans, that like kicks up to the next level. And they're like, this person doesn't like the game I do, the way I do? They must be a fucking idiot. It's like, okay, calm down. I want more curve in her bangs here.
V has come too.
Hello, thank you for the follow. Oh, it's Motive. Thank you for the follow, Motive. We round this out a little bit? I think we can. All right, let's do some other work. We've been banging around on her face for a while here. Let's clean up this portion of the hair back here, can we? Let's go here. Yeah, lots of people don't have hobbies. They have latest release is what they have. I think if you have cool shit that you like, it didn't ruin your life. Yeah, the sports stuff takes shit over. Like when people burn fucking like cop cars because team won or team lost, that's the craziest shit to me. This is the song that plays in my brain when I hear people are burning down Los Angeles because the Lakers won. Probably flatten that edge. We can get a nicer... We're not in this thing. Okay, there we go. I do not remember pros versus Joes, but that sounds awesome. Thanks, Keith. Yeah, I don't know if it's a sports betting thing. I think maybe some people, but I don't think that's the whole answer. I think it's just kind of like a lot of groupthink takes over. Here, we're gonna do the hands, because this is gonna suck. So, let's just fucking do it. Okay, the only thing about prebam base or whatever the fuck this is called that keeps getting me is that I keep trying to draw in Blender. Okay, now we got to do the shadow. The thumb comes over pretty far. But we can do the shadow and the line. Do the shadow draw thing quite a bit, so we'll try that. Ours doesn't have to be so dark, though. It's not in the goddamn thing. I'm gonna grab this color here. And I'm gonna add the color. I'm gonna add the color. That is way too dark. Way, 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 way too dark. It's also like dark blue. That's way too much. That's better for now. Add more thumb here. Sorry, I'm just jamming to the music and putting colors on this thing right now. I'm not an ace bright. I keep doing that. There we go. This wasn't too bad. I think, I mean, not an ace sprite again. I think one thing that I benefited from really is that, and this is exactly why I did it, laying the hand out on the pre-existing UV section gave me a lot of the answers that I needed about how to organize the UVs for the hand itself. Once I solved that problem, this painting of the hand became more trivial. Because the designers, they solved that problem for me. So I didn't need to try to figure that out at all, which I am grateful for. But I am seeing a pixel edge there. And I know that... is there a snap to pixel? Nearest pixel? There's a wonderful button in Maya that lets you set the resolution and it snaps to pixel. I see grid. Is that what it means? Nay. I thought it was up. Give me 1 second. I will come back to this in just a second. I have to do something for Mrs. Merck. Oh no, Mrs. Merck is right, I believe, as always. Yeah, Mrs. Merck was right. I thought I put the thing in the folder for Mrs. Merck, and she was like, hey, you didn't do the thing. Okay, I'm back. Alright, I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, I see snap vertex, snap grid. You can have grid snapping and change your overlay in the top right to pixel versus auto. Like that? Sorry, I don't know. Blender is still new to me. You type them in by hand? You're a braver man than me. Ah, I see. Ah, yes. Yes, lekker. Yeah, this is much better. This snap is much more useful. Thank you very much, Jacob. That one was throwing me for a loop. Yeah, so this is one of those things. I'm not, you know, degrading Blender at all when I say this, but this is one of those things in Maya that it exists and it's very easy to use, you know. You know the frustration. Yeah. It's real. The frustration is real. I'm always very grateful when people in chat are able to provide me with a solution like that. The first time I tried to learn Blender, it was a nightmare. I gave up the first time I tried. I was not interested in dealing with the frustration. It's almost perfect. Just do this. Let's just grab that. But yeah, there's a mode you can turn on in Maya, and it handles this kind of stuff for you automatically. It's nice. It's nice. That's all I'm saying. But I also imagine, to be fair, I also imagine that there's a lot of people that don't even know that exists in Maya. Because I come from that era when those tools were actually useful. Oh, sorry, you guys couldn't see because I had Ace Bright open for that. I apologize. You couldn't see me fumbling, but, you know, believe me when I say I was fumbling. Strange how these are still slightly off, even though they're pixel snapped. Oh, okay, well. Okay. Okay, note to self, do not snap pixels with more than one component selected because it will attempt to snap the bounding box of that component because that's what I have selected. So that was my fault. Okay, oops. We will just fill that in. And do that, and do that. Because typing x divided by 128 does get pretty old. Yeah, oh my god. Bryce, that sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, I highly encourage that you look. I encourage you to look into this immediately. I need one more shadow color. Whoa. That ain't it, though. Alright, cut me some frickin' slack here. It's ads. Okay. Do a little edgy stuff here. Just to round those shapes out. I want to try and round out the shapes using... I'm not in a sprite. Let me... You guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm trying to use Blender. I'm trying to use A sprite controls and Blender controls, and I'm thinking about ZBrush and... I'm using as much of the texture space as... Not as much as I can. That's a bit of a false. But I'm using the texture to encourage roundness of form as much as I can. Yeah, it confuses the shit out of me. I can barely go between Blender and ZBrush. So throwing a new one into the mix is turning my brain to jelly. Okay, I don't like the weird sausage finger I did. Okay, I kind of see what they're doing with the shadows there to add that roundness. Let me look at that. Clever, clever. I'm seeing what they're doing there. Okay. They're doing something like that, basically. That's actually really cool. A very good use of texture space and shadow. We did something similar on Ava when we painted her. Created a general illusion for the eye. I see why they added that extra edge as well. That's okay. Because we can turn this one slightly softer. Okay, I have one scrunched up grouping here. I just cheated. I don't feel too bad. I like the other one. Okay, and then knee is usually on the bottom portion, which makes sense. Find his face. going to increase the size. Let's paint a little blob for her knee. That's a little more than a blob. Hey, what's up, Ancient Cola? Welcome in. Maybe slightly bigger blob. I'll make them little heart shapes because Ashley's cute. Little heart-shaped knee shadows. We could do the shadow calving thing where we carve in just a touch of the shadow. But I don't know if we need to do that. We do need to think about her chest, and we do need to think about the back of the sweater here. So I'm gonna grab these. Back from view. Scooch him over. Now, I think one thing we could do to make the sweater more interesting is we could do a little bit of dither on it. Do that, and then something like that, except we can do kind of dither here. I don't know why it's giving me giving me green. Where's my sub color? Like I'm missing something. Give me a second. Okay. I don't know why it's being this. See, I like the idea, but I actually think it's going to end up being too much noise. This looks cool. This does not. This looks blurry, and I don't like that. I don't want it to be blurry like that. So what I might do instead is add the green like this. I think that works pretty well. Okay, we need some stuff for her boots, and we're gonna try doing either the boots or the leg warmers. I don't have an answer for that at the moment, but we are going to tackle that as soon as I get back from going to the bathroom and grabbing some tea. She's looking pretty cute though, actually. I think there's a few things I want to tweak on her. But not much. This is one thing I don't like. I don't like this shape that's happening. And I think it has to do with just triangulation. So we could do triangle here. Just hold the structure. That's better. She's looking pretty good. Her color palette, let's turn on the pure ref real fast. Her color palette's real intense in comparison to the original.
Booba forever, ever, 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 ever.
Booba forever. So true. But we can go to base bright over here. We could tone her down too. But I want to stick true to the fun, bright colors of Megaman Legends. I like the look and feel it gives us. Okay, so yeah, when we come back, we will take a look at the boots, and we will also take a look at rounding out her chest more. Her chest is appearing really flat, and we'll paint in the scarves here, maybe a little bit of shadow around the collar, so that stands out. And the depth should really start to pop, and she should get... she should start looking much closer to being done, and then we can reshape her eyes a little. We might make her eyes a little smaller. I don't know. But maybe take another pass through her ears. I like her though. I think she's cute. I think she's coming along. I like those little heart knees. Okay. Keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger over here. All right. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna get some tea, use the bathroom. I'll be back, and then we'll try and push her towards finished. I'll see you soon.
V has come too.
All right, we're back. A little snack. I was gonna say, why does she have the hair between her eyes again? The be right back thing away. All right, there's a good chance that tonight we are not going to finish, or we're not going to get to the facial expressions. So we may end up doing some facial expression stuff tomorrow, which will be a lot of fun. That's ads. That's who that is. Yeah, I think I did that. I definitely undo a bunch every now and then in Blender, thinking I'm undoing in Aseprite. I think the real pain in the ass is that I have it set up like you guys see it. So Aseprite is over my UVs. So I'm painting my UVs and then I click in Blender and it's almost the exact same position that the texture is in Aseprite in Blender. So I just try to keep painting. It's terrible. So what we're eventually going to do is we're going to make a base face that has all the lighting baked into it. And then we'll create layers for the eyes and mouth. Yeah, because I'm trying to record everything, it definitely makes it a big pain in the ass. Which reminds me, I need to add Aseprite to my activity monitor. But it's recorded elsewhere, so it's fine. Yeah, if I wasn't trying to show everything all the time, I would move it to a different monitor. Or I would move Blender onto the right-hand side of the screen where OBS is and use it just for observation. Let's take a look at Tron's eyes. He has a slight rim around the eyeshadow area. So maybe we'll just keep that like that. I think her eyes are too big in comparison to the other girl's eyes. I think that's a bit of an issue. Let's take some of these UVs around. Maybe find the face with the big mouth. Put the IUVs there. Make it as big as possible. I see what you're saying. To test the space volume. I feel like her shout face is probably number 6. Do that. Come back over here. Now let's take a look. I want to do this. I want to go side by side. I want to do, what is it, 2 divided by 5? No. Where it's sitting, that's actually pretty funny. There we go. That's the perfect face for Ashley. Definitely still fits. Leon! I need to be careful with her mouth, too, now that I think about it. Her nose might be too close. Because, like, she opens her mouth, and her nose gets in the way. I didn't think about that. God, she looks so fucking disappointed right now. She looks so bored. She looks like a snotty brat. Leon, when are we going home? I'm bored. Follow me. This camera's killing me, dude. It's not there, it's here. Shooting portraits on 120, baby. Hey, what's up, Ghost? Yeah, we are in the process of making our Mega Man Legends model here. You painted a line under the nose. That's a pretty smart idea, actually. I don't know if this is going to help. She looks coy as hell, though. I kind of like this one. My guess here would actually be move it down one. I think that looks better. Let's actually look at what happens to Roll's mouth. Is it? It's just at the bottom of the curves, so it stops right about there. Her mouth comes really close to her nose. It's also slightly set to one side, I assume because of the camera shot that they were using it from. Yeah, it's very clever how they did this. Yeah, the teeth one for sure. My mouth doesn't have the same width. It's drawn taller than Roll. I don't actually know. I scaled them a little haphazardly. But canonically, in my mind, yes. As of this moment. I'm imagining this is too wide. Like she's gotta have like a. There we go. Hey Leon, you got anything to eat? What about some overtime? No thanks, kid. I don't remember what he says. But it's probably something badass, so. Yeah. That's her when he says no. She's like, yeah, but some overtime. Huh? Huh? What do you think, Leon? Yeah, not happening. Okay. Dude, that's what I've been saying this whole time. I would like to make a Mega Man Legend style game that is actually a creepy game, like a Resident Evil style game. Limited ammo, scary situations, using the Mega Man Legends art style, but then contrasting it with some real, like, horror shit that's made in the same art style. I think it would be really interesting. And it's something that I'd love to do. That's, again, part of the reason why we're experimenting with this. I need to capture this shape on my Ashley. There's also a big gap where it goes off the page here. Oops. Ron just has more of a beak nose, and I like it. Now Ashley does too. Shinobi PS2. I remember Shinobi. I actually think this needs to come back. I think that's better. Hello? There we go. There we go. I think that's pretty good. So, if you have an iPhone, one thing that I do is I have a folder in my iCloud that's just called image dump, and I have a little automation that allows me to save directly to the image dump folder on my iCloud. And then when I come home, I just log into the iCloud on my computer. And I can just download all the files from right there. I'm still waiting for the real deal. But so we gotta make do. We gotta make do. Okay, let's do her sweater. We really need to solve this. I think when we get this looking better, the chest area, the booba, we'll all feel better about Ashley. That is true. Windows and Android work really well together. You can copy on your Android and hit paste on your Windows. Nice. They have that feature for Mac and phones and iPads and stuff like that. If you copy an image on the iPad, you can paste it on your Mac. It's pretty cool. I don't use it that often, but it's a pretty clever idea. Okay. Let's grab these faces here. Project from view. Unwrap.
V has come too.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, there's a few people making Mega Man style Legend games. I don't want to make a Mega Man Legends game though. That's kind of where I draw the line. It's tough. It's tough because I love Mega Man Legends, but I don't necessarily want to make I don't just want to make like a clone, you know? That's the kind of stuff that's the kind of thing that bothers me. It doesn't really bother me. Bother me is the wrong word, but like I feel like so much of today's game stuff is just like, I'm making a blank clone. I'm making a blank clone. It's just like, can we do something a little different? Like I say I want to make a Resident Evil thing, but like I just want to make like a survival horror style game, you know? Have you ever hated a concept you love due to weight painting? Dealing with that right now. After setting up the rig, I love the concept. I hate having to deal with the weight painting. I fucking hate weight painting. I hate rigging. I hate weight painting. It's horrible. I hate all of it. It's horrible. I can't stand any of it. I'll do it, but it's very hard to get me to do any kind of rigging. The only rigging I do is for Mrs. Merc when I have a cool idea and she says, oh, I'll animate that for you. Then I do the rigging. Other than that, though. All right, let's get this working. Yeah, I just feel like a lot of indie games today, except for like Megabonk and Minecraft. Outside of those, I feel like a lot of stuff is just like, hey, check this out. It's Parasite Eve. You know? It's Dino Crisis. It's like, whoa, that's cool. I played that game on the PlayStation. And there's nothing wrong with people being like super inspired by those games and wanting to honor their legacy. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not beefing with that. I'm beefing with how many things end up existing like that. And I don't know. I just don't want every idea that I come up with to be that. You know what I mean? Just another example of that sort of trend of people being super nostalgic. Daytona! Yeah, I fucking love Daytona, USA. Making art inspired by those games isn't copying. I'm talking about when people make like the new Parasite Eve game, whatever it's called. It's called like Parasite Emergency or something like that. I don't fucking remember what it's called. But it's basically just Parasite Eve with a new coat of paint on it. You know what I mean? The main character's a cop. Like, everything's exactly the fucking same. And I'm just like, I already played the game and it was better. Parasite Mutant. Yeah. It's like, I already played that game and it was a better version of this. So why would I spend money on this one? I just go back and play the old one. I'm not saying it's not going to be a good game, but I just don't think it's going to be anything that I haven't seen before a million times, you know? So one thing I fucked up here, and I'm not going back on, is I forgot to mirror certain shells, and I don't care. What the hell am I drawing on? Yeah, but the fact that the series is dead doesn't mean that it's any less just like, I don't want to call it creatively bankrupt, but I don't know. I just find it boring when people are like, I'm making this game. And it's like, you're just remaking something. It already exists. You're just making a copy of it. I'm having a hard time defining, quote unquote, the copy, but this makes a lot of sense in my brain right now. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think you need to invent a new genre necessarily, but I think a lot of people in games get caught up with the idea of like, I'm making a Banjo-Kazooie, I'm making a Mario, I'm making a Zelda, right? Like, think about how many games are quote-unquote Zelda-likes. Think about every Tunic-style game out there. Think about every Ocean Horn. Think about all these things which are just basically Zelda games again. But they're like, it's not Zelda this time. It's got my own little brand of quirk to it. And it's like, that's fine. I'm not saying it can't exist. I'm just saying I myself feel troubled when I find that my ideas don't really exist beyond the idea of like, ooh, I really like if I sit down and say I really like Resident Evil and I want to make a Resident Evil game. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. But when it ends up with fixed cameras and like it's got zombies and you're a police officer and you run into a gun store and the dogs look like Doberman pinchers, and you know, it kind of conflates into what feels like imitation and not new vision. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's late. I'm having trouble explaining the idea, but yeah, I'm not condoning anyone for pursuing cool shit that they liked when they were a kid. That's not the problem. I just personally, from my own perspective, don't necessarily want to just feel like I'm sitting down to be like, okay, what kind of weapons did they have in Zelda? I need to copy those weapons and come up with my own variant of the Megaton hammer. This is the whammy kablammy hammer. And it's really heavy. And it lets you hit switches, you know, like that kind of stuff. It's just, and this one's the bomby time medallion, and it blows things up. And I'm not saying it's easy either, right? Coming up with fresh, fun ideas is really difficult. That's why I'm like, I want to find some cool thing to do with Mega Man Legends style stuff that's like, oh, it's survival horror now. There's some spooky stuff that you have to do, and it isn't just Resident Evil with a coat of paint. Yeah, and that's part of the problem, if I may be so bold. If that, let's say Parasite Mutant does really well. Guess what? Guess what games are going to be pouring out of everyone's orifices, right? I'm adding another one of these. Yeah, but indies don't have to keep teams employed. Like, that's the thing. I don't have to employ a bunch of people. I just have to make enough money back that I can live on it while I make another game. I think that's the beauty of indies, right? Like, think about it this way. Ask how long it takes for me to make a Mega Man Legends model, right? At this point, it's probably going to take a couple days. I'm going to get faster, too. So if I wanted to use Mega Man Legends as a baseline, I could say it's probably going to take me 3 to 4 days to make a character, most likely. And then I can pass it off to Mrs. Merc, who could animate it. So inside of 2 months, I could probably have... Well, I can't do math. Take 30 days, so 60 days. Say it takes me 4 days to make a character. That's roughly 15 characters inside of 2 months, right? That's a small cast to a game. Yeah, exactly. The base mesh, I can just use this Ashley rig to make every other NPC in the game, you know? And then I make some sort of monster rig for my monsters, that kind of stuff, and a monster character. So I just want to see cool stuff. I just want to see people come up with a fresh idea. I don't necessarily mind if someone comes to me and they're like, I have a Resident Evil idea. And I actually know someone. I'm not going to name names because, you know, it's their idea and I don't want to give anything away that's, you know, that they're cooking. But they have a pretty cool idea for a Resident Evil style game that changes things up and kind of comes at it from a different angle. And I like that. But I watch a couple horror streamers and they stream indie horror games. And so often do I see them play an indie horror game and it's like cop fighting zombies again, you know? Just like, oh my god, dude. I'm up to my fucking eyeballs in cops fighting zombies. I do think people want a good Parasite Eve, but I'm just like, why does it have to be Parasite Eve? Right? Why can't someone take the mechanics from Parasite Eve and just put them into whatever fresh, interesting concept they have? It just feels like they're banking on nostalgia, and then at that point, which is fine, some people do it, but then at that point, they go from banking on nostalgia to just blatantly relying on it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get that that's their goal, that they want to make the Parasite Eve that they wanted to, like, but it's not going to be Parasite Eve. So it's just disappointing. In my opinion, it's just disappointing, right? It's like, oh, I wanted a big steak, but I ended up getting like a lamb chop. But I was waiting for steak number 4, I got a lamb chop. I'm not happy. I learned this a long time ago from an indie developer when I was just getting into the space and I was doing my own stuff, and he was like talking with me and mentoring me about a bunch of things. And he said, the number one thing you need to remember about working in the indie space is you should never compete with already existing games, because you're going to run up against the problem of people paying money for your game versus paying money for the bigger, better, already completed game that's proved itself. If that makes sense, right? So someone might see Parasite Mutant and be like, wow, this game looks cool. But it's $25. I'll go play Parasite Eve 1 and 2. And then if the reviews of Parasite Mutant aren't, this is Parasite Eve 3, the one we've been waiting for, they're probably not going to buy it, right? The same reason you wouldn't make a Gears of War clone, because Gears of War already exists. I'm not saying this is an impossible like rule that has to be true in every condition, or like is true in every condition. Sorry, it's late. My brain is fried. I'm gonna make this fucking line. I'm fine with it though. I'm not arguing against it necessarily. I mean, it sounds like I am, so maybe I am, but I'm more just coming at it from the perspective of I just think BRC is a good example. It's distinct. It feels like it could fit into the Jet Set universe if it plays better. It's possible. It's absolutely possible. Yeah, Third Birthday is a fucking disaster. I thought my friend almost brought Third Birthday up while he was hanging out for Christmas with me, and I was about to remove him from the house. So yeah, we're not going to talk about Third Birthday in this house. I think I'm more just sort of speaking from my own perspective on the subject, that I just want to think, when I think about games, my mind instantly goes to like, what are my favorite games? I should just make a game like that. And I don't like that. That's what I'm trying to get across. I stop when I'm thinking like that, and I'm like, okay, there's more here. I can do more. We can change this up somehow. We don't just have to sit there and, you know, Resident Evil had a shotgun, I got a shotgun. It was just disappointing. I don't even think there's anything to laugh about when I think about Third Birthday. Yeah, like the new Banjo-Kazooie that came out in Dreams. It's like, wow, that looks really good. I wish you just made your own game. Wasted potential? Well, I think a lot of games are wasted potential because obviously, you know, a team of actual good developers made a game that ended up being trash. It seemed like they wanted to make a different game is what it seemed like. Third Birthday is from a really weird era of Square. Which if I was writing the history book, I would say we're still in that era. Okay, I need another brown color here. Capcom definitely made a comeback. A Squara, if you will. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, Ghost. It's like if you make a game and you stick too close to the source inspiration material, you kind of just make a following game. But if you branch out, you do something a little different, you try something, you get edgy with it, yeah, it's a risk, but you could end up making something that other people are really inspired by and get really excited about. And I think that a lot of people look to those games like, oh man, I want to make a Parasite Eve, I want to make a Resident Evil, I want to make these, because those games, they were trendsetters. We're still chasing those trends, right? RE4 Dead Space? Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good example. You could look at that and say like RE4 and Dead Space, they could have been inspired, but Dead Space feels like a completely different experience. It really changed a lot of things, and it wasn't just another cop. You know, I gotta save Space President's daughter. She's got some real intergalactic ballistics. You know what I mean? Like, that's when it gets to be too much, where it's just like, okay, I think we're overboard now. I think we went overboard. That is not the button I was looking for. Yes, exactly. That's exactly it. That's exactly why it's disappointing. When you see someone who makes a great game and it's literally just a clone of something else that exists, and it's like, wow, oh man, it makes me sad. I wish you'd made your own version. It could even, like, I'll be honest when I talk about it, I've always wanted to make. My favorite game of all time is Vagrant Story for the PlayStation. That's my favorite game, period. I love that game. And I want to make a game like that, mechanically. But I already know that it has to be bolder in some direction. It has to change certain mechanics that just don't work in the modern day anymore. You know, there has to be bits and bobs about it that evolve it. And to me, that's the most exciting part about the prospect of working on something like that. Is that I get to take something I love and then try to expand on what it already did. Oof, this edge right here is a fucking rough. Holy cow. I think we are going to... We're going to undo that flip there. That's why, basically what I'm saying is I love when people make games in the visual style of something. I think that's fun, right? That's the whole point of this exercise, is to make Ashley in the style of blank game, because I think that's cool. But then if we made a game with this, you know, what's the story we're going with? Are we just gonna make, you know, I'm spitballing right now, right? Do we just make Resident Evil in this style? No. we got to do something cooler, right? We got to get my alien creatures involved. And it's like, there's some sort of abduction scenario going on. Okay, now we're changing it up. We're introducing new things. And we try to find more ways to get survival mechanics involved, where we're playing as this character. Her name's not Ashley. Her name's Rebecca. Nah, Rebecca's already a Resident Evil character. Her name's Victoria. And she doesn't want to get abducted, right? And so now now let's do something with the gameplay. Does she use a lot of weapons, etc., etc.? You know, you kind of play in that. She's Bashley. You play in that space for a while. You know what I mean? And then you come up with mechanics where it's like, okay, you have to run from monsters more often. You do have weapons, limited ammo. So we're doing the basic horror things. But you play on all that and you try to find something there. And I know even if you say it like that, it's like, well, this all kind of sounds just like Resident Evil, but we swapped zombies with aliens and we swapped this with that. And it's like, yes, but that's just to get you started, right? We don't stick to this like a blueprint. We simply use this as idea fodder. And then as you begin making the game, and every developer knows this, when you start making a game, the world and the environment balloons outwards, and all sorts of crazy stuff starts coming to the surface, and you're like, you know, it'd be really cool if we did this. And that's when creative things happen. And I feel like when people stick too close to a very specific scenario, a very specific source, they make product, and they're like, I gotta stick close to the thing that I like. I'm really beating this dead horse, but I've been thinking about this for a while. I think about this every now and then when I think about like, oh, I want to make a game. I want to cook on the game idea some more. What am I making? What are we doing? And then I think about it and it's like, oof, man, I basically just said I want to make XYZ again. Balbert Besker. He's dead. He's canonically dead. How's that for life? You just never know. Sorry, spoilers. No, spoilers! Oh, I can just look at it from this side. Okay. Global saturation. I think in my opinion, if you're telling a good story, people are, in fact, definitely gone at some point. For the sake of the narrative. We can't be doing the Marvel comic book shit where character dies, but character's not dead. Bro, Excella banger character. Big titties, deep V dress, top tier. One of my favorites. Favorite character. People are running around saying these are bad games, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Get your shit together.
heard.
Yeah, I heard something too. People talking some mad shit about these good-ass Resident Evil games. Here, we're gonna scooch this way over. Because we don't give a fuck, baby! We're just getting ready here to cook some real shit. Grab this. Slide this bad boy over. Slide this bad boy over. Cool, 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 cool. Not that much. Calm down, Merc. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's put some shadows here. Blady. This side? Yeah, there we go. Yo, Sheva tribal outfit? Oh my god. Oh my god. Insane. Too hot for TV. That kind of shit right there. Shefa's tribal outfit still fucking rocks to this day. When I see people playing with the Sheva tribal outfit on like Twitch, I always stop and take a peek. I was like, yo, hold up. He's cooking. Fuck, it's ads. What is this? What is this? How dare this pixel get in my way?
V has come too.
Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Here, we'll just do that. Goth Booty Goblin. Priorities, though. Am I right?
Booba forever, ever, 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 ever. Extra thick! Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
Yo, this is looking pretty fucking fire, boys. We are cooking some serious shit right here. Her ballistics looking tight. We need to clean those up a bit. Welcome back from ad jail. What's up, Booty Goblin? You find any good booty lately? What are we doing? What's the 411? Come on. Hydrate. That's the 411. Fuck. Yeah, you right. You're right. Thank you, Starry. Starry's the only person basically keeping me from dehydrating in these goddamn streams. With the PS2 Capcom style, yeah, dude, cook, brother, cook. I think it would be fun in future, maybe, to do like a challenge for the Discord where we do, like a retro thing where you pick a retro whatever, right? Whatever it is you want that's retro. I want to make a blank from this series or whatever, and you just go make it. And that's your challenge. Haunting Ground. We still need to play that. We still need to play that. I do genuinely want to play it. But it's pretty cringe, but I gotta prioritize money. I know. It's pretty lame. But I do want to play it, and I do want to play Lifeline, so... Ooh, trying a Leon in the style? That'd be rad. I would be happy to share my Ashley for a render or something like that. Or render them, we composite them together. That'd be cool. That'd be lots of fun. Leon's cool too, because Leon, you could do Leon with a leather jacket. There'd be a lot of fun there. The jacket would be a fun build. Yeah, you can make your own cool mods. Yeah, very true, very true. I'm gonna touch up the ear. God damn it, I keep thinking I'm in fucking... I keep thinking I'm in fucking A-Sprite every time. I move over to the UV editor and then I fucking open up the... the goddamn... insert thing. Wait, does Ashley have earrings? My girl rocking any sick ass earrings? Very interesting design choice. She doesn't have earrings. I always put earrings on ladies. It's just very feminine. But yeah, she doesn't have any earrings. Emotional support, Ashley. I wonder. Could we... We could, but should we? God damn it, dude. I can't... It kills me every time I do it. Every time I see that insert... or like search bar thing pop up. She has the ribbed sweater, so I'm wondering if we could do like a ribbed shadow kind of thing. Oh, that looks terrible. Yeah, ears covered in remake, like, pff, come on, weak. Not a true gamer. They don't truly love Ashley like I do. Yeah, I do tend to move the UVs a lot though. I will admit at this point I'm being absolutely careless with my UV layouts. Hey, they put her on a 256. If I can put her on a 256, I can do whatever I want. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. What is this? Whoa! I think we're gonna do that. Project from view, and then come in like this. Check that out. Nice. Makes it look round. And then probably grab the, what is going on up there? What is happening there? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. She's looking cute. Her boots look like, I don't know, they kind of look like, like train engines or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. All right, let's clean up these boots. We got to make a new boot section over here, so let's just jam on that real fast. Her boots are going to be boot colored, so that ain't it. That pixel in the wrong place. Shouldn't be there. Shouldn't be there. I feel like I'm paying attention and then turns out I'm not. Funnily enough, they actually do create some sort of soul with a rounded shape to it. So you know what that means, folks. We have got to do the same, I guess. Otherwise, we're phonies. Except it's not going to be this huge. Put it right there. Yeah, put the logo in. All right, let's do this. Let's just load this up. Like that. Looking great so far. No edits. Grab the whole boot. Roll it on its side. Perfect. Okay. Back here. What color is this? I think what I need is a couple brown sections to start, and then we'll mask things off, and then we'll go from there. Or not mask them off, we'll what is this? It's U. U for U-tangle. Everyone's favorite shape. That is not going to fly. Drinking the heel makes it look better, in my opinion. So we are going to do that. You know what's funny? I would say if you wanted to get comfortable with the Blender controls, I would actually recommend that people learn to UV stuff in Blender before they learn to model. Because my ability to recall the positions of the keyboard for scale, rotate, move, split, and X and Y for scaling and stuff, I'm getting much faster. And it's building a confidence. Okay, now I think I need to actually do the shading on the side here. These, I think, could also be dark. We'll mirror this. Project from view. I guess... I mean, we could add something to her boots. Good night, Ghost. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. I will be streaming again next stream time. Thanks for hanging out, though. I don't actually like this, though. Actually, I do kind of like it. I don't like the color, though. Whoa. Forgot it reorders them. Isn't there a way in A Sprite to re-sort your locked stuff, your palette? I know there is a way. Oh, remap palette. There we go. The button remap palette that appears when you delete something, you can remap the indices. I had an unused color I wanted to get rid of. You know what's fun to do? Let's do it, because it's fun to do. If you open a sprite and you replace your palette with a new one. So if we load like the Game Boy palette or some shit like that. And then you remap it. It tries to remap her to Game Boy colors as best as it can. It's kind of fun. I always had a blast doing this. So like EDG 16. It's not always perfect. But actually ends up giving her some pretty nice brown skin tones. Like, I do like that creaminess right there. And the red. The red looks pretty cool. Like, we just invented a brand new NPC, baby. We're cooking the game right now. Yeah, this kind of stuff is cool. Put her on the MSX palette. Yeah, check that out. That's dope. Working with the palette's always fun, though, because it gives you some pretty cool limitations. That one's neat. That one was actually pretty cool. I actually kind of like that color hair. Might be a better color for her, actually, now that I think about it.
Who's that?
It's ads. That's who that is. I mean, if we bring up the reference, it's closer to her actual hair color. Like, check that out. Kind of mutes her a little bit. Brings some of her tones a little closer to her skin tone, but it's a little closer to who she is. A little bit of the purple in there is nice. Yeah, they definitely have better harmony. I was definitely picking a lot of these colors at random. This is why playing with palettes is super fun. We could do the old trick here. What is it? Alt new? No, that's new layer. New sprite, cancel. New layers, shift in. That's exactly what we're doing. Get in here. Grab a color. And then get that mother color working. Oh, it's giving me 50% over the alpha. That's kind of nice, though. It warms her up a lot. I like kind of pulling her out of the cold into the warm. It almost makes her a little moodier. But again, this is one of those things where it's like, she's kind of moving away from the intended experience. Now that's a dumpster girl. Yeah, exactly. I do like it, though. I do like it. Hey, give me the magic wand. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oof. Hey, it's ads. That's cool, though. It's like, she looks cool. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. I like it. I want to play with this one more time, though. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in here, though. I encourage it. If you, this is one of the big reasons I really like. That's kind of cool. It's one of the big reasons I like it, though. I like shifting the boots to purple. That's actually a smart move. I like that look. I think that's the take. I'm gonna copy those colors. 1, 2. Hello? Can I fucking... Can I get the color there? Oh, it's doing that. There we go. 1, 2, 3... 2, 1, 3, grab these 2, or 3, copy, turn this back on, add 3 new slots, or add 30, whatever you see fit, add those, grab this, fuck, wrong one, there we go. Oh, I can't fucking click on anything. Okay, there we go. Ads have ended. Welcome back. Okay. The purple boots, they add a little bit of pop of color. And they kind of make her feel a little more, I mean, she's kind of got this weird vibe where she's still kind of putting off. She's putting off the Reaver bot look. Like, she's secretly a Reaver bot. Okay, I just realized something we can do to plus this up big time. We need to put the shadow over her shoulders from her hair. That's actually going to help so much. Okay, I'm still trying to fucking navigate. Okay. Cool. I'm loving this. I actually think she's turning out really good so far. I'm really vibing on everything here. I love when you trust the process and it just comes together. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You have to bake in so much, basically. Okay, what the fuck? What's going on here? Okay, trying to navigate. Okay, let's see if we can add the shadow here. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Boom. Drop the shadow there. Come up here. Drop the shadow here. Go back to the brush. Drop the shadow here. Drop the shadow here. Even the background track knows it's time. It's feeling so good about it. This is why art is so much fun, and why I think so many people struggle with it. Because it can be a slog. But when you finally get to the part where it starts to feel good, and you really see your piece coming together, oh, there's nothing that beats that feeling. Nothing is quite like hammering away at it for so long, and then you finally do something to it, and it's just like, oh shit. This is what I wanted. It's looking good now. That's just a special feeling you can't find elsewhere. I think what I want to do, let's do this. Let's select unused colors, delete those, remap the palette. No, her feet are gone. Very shiny. Okay, it's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to delete these. Remap the palette. Okay, there should be no unused colors now. Nice. I'm going to sort them by hue. No. Saturation? No. Maybe luminance? I worked as a cleanup animator on Skullgirls. Oh, nice. Okay. We had to color the sprites in unique colors. And the game would later take those. And you can just replace them with a key from a different palette. Okay, for different palette swaps for multiplayer fighting games. Yeah, it makes sense. And I'm wondering if that would be one way to go if you wanted to make a modern Mega Man Legends style game and have character colors easy to change for different lighting. Yeah, you would absolutely do that. I did that for a game called Shardbound. I wrote a material replacement shader that did that. And so what we did is we created black and white only textures. So I don't know if there's a black and white palette in here, but we created a black and white. We had a black and white palette, and you would paint the portions of your character that were going to appear in a palette in black and white. And then we created a color ramp, which was just a gradient, a horizontal gradient. And then it would regradiate the light colors and the dark colors all back together. Same kind of thing. So if I was going to do that, I would do the exact same thing. I would make a key palette that is basically, 16 colors wide, and you pick those colors, and then you use 16 shades of gray. And then you color your character with those 16 shades. Or you could use 32. 32 is a lot. Whatever. And then you would just make those unique palettes, or you would just dynamically generate the palettes in Unity or Unreal or Godot or whatever you're working in. That's exactly how I would do it. Your model would look like shit when you were working, so you would build it like this, and then you would swap the color palette later, and then you would just remember the key colors in the order they're in. That's what I would do. I think these are a little too desaturated. I just want to kick them over. Just want to kick them over just a smidge. Just like that. Yeah, you could do the exact same thing. You could literally just do this if you really wanted to. Grab your new layer, set it to color, and then unlock this layer, throw black in, set it on top, and there you go. And now you would recolor ramp them. But the reason I would do it different in Mega Man Legends, the reason I would use like a 16 palette gray, and I would just replace each color, is it would allow you to custom create a bunch of color palettes pretty quickly and easily. Okay, I need to fix the thingy here, but I'm pretty sure I know exactly what's causing that problem. Oops. What the fuck? I'm working on the wrong layer. Get that garbage out of here. Okay. We're just gonna move this. We don't need this right here. Sadly, we have to move this whole thing, actually. Okay, we're almost there. I do have to move this whole thing, though. I forgot that this is right in the middle of this. This should probably just get moved over, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, we're almost there. We're very close. I can feel it in my bones, Annie. Actually, we could literally... Hello? Could you just link the fucking things together? Thank you. Just scale these. Put those there. Grab this. Put this somewhere. Doesn't really matter. We can erase that chunk. Save this. And then let's go back over here. What am I missing? Hold on, hold on. What am I doing? Okay, okay, okay. This goes here. These should be on top of each other like this, because they share the same shading group. Okay, now we grab this. We do that. Now we have our sweater thing back. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We go in here. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, I was like, what is the problem here? It's this. Okay, yeah. This is almost there. Honestly,
V has come too.
we could just do a little dither like that. Yeah, she's got the breasts. It's almost a little too much. Ballistics. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay. I think she looks pretty good. Pretty good. I'm gonna do the dithering. I don't give a fuck, bruh. I'm dithering it. And then I think I'm... I'm calling it. What the hell did I do there? Okay. Yeah, it does look like she is. Yeah, Ashley's pretty chill about it. I did mirror it, but the problem was when I mirrored it, there is an edge here, which you can't see at the moment. But, see this edge? So this edge is cutting through pixels because it's at an angle. So I would have to relay out both UV sets to fix this issue. So I said, fuck it. I don't really care. Like, this is one of those moments in time where I can excuse myself and say, yeah, I don't have to do battle with that. It was a moment in time when it was actually easier to just do it that way.
V has come too.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Oh, we'll get out of that mode. Okay. Now we make a little shape. I think if we patch that up and that, and I'm gonna grab one more color here. I'm gonna switch between these two and find the middle color. And I'm gonna add it. And we'll do a little subpixel. It's not really subpixel at this point, but a little bit of shading. Go down here. Got the neck. Honestly, we could do this and probably get a more interesting shadow. When I project from view and then do unwrapping procedures and like breaking things off, I'm projecting from a view that puts the vast majority of my faces in the exact orientation I want them in, so all I have to do is split them off and move them around. You'll notice that I'll like snap to view from the front, project, and then I'll tear everything off, and I'll only have to unfold or unwrap a small amount of them. That's why I do it that way, because it ends up putting most of the faces in the orientation I want them. Because if you just go in and you just mark seams and unwrap, it'll just go absolutely batshit and put them in whatever, distortion, whatever distorted shape it sees fit. And I don't want that. I want as much control as I can get. I'm gonna dither the back, I think. I don't think they did any dither in Megaman Legends. Megaman Legends, but I won't do too much. I'll pump the brakes here, but I like the look. Fear effect fucking rocks, bro. The game absolutely fucking rocks. Actually, I bet this is gonna look like shit. But let's try it real fast before we... Thank you, Starry. Darn, that doesn't actually work. We might need to use the... We might need to remove the dithering, now that I think about it. Which is fine, They were going for the cel-shaded style. I'm trying to stick to the style. Let's not... Oh, that was the ads noise. That's what that ads was. That's what that noise was. Oh, okay. That's okay. You win some, you lose some. Yeah, there's no fear effect stuff out there. I've definitely looked. I mean, if I projected from anything based on my UV layout now, it absolutely would destroy it. Alright, this map is a bit of a mess. We could absolutely probably... So one thing that we could do at this point is we could probably tear this map up and relay it out and just shift the UVs back into position. And we'd be able to make this much, much smaller. But I'm not too worried about that at the moment. Starry, it's a plugin for A-Sprite and Blender that lets you edit and see those updates in real time. And then when you select the mesh, whatever UVs you have selected, it pops up. Yeah. The fear effect models are definitely the same process. Here, I'll send it to you. Starry. This is what Keith shared. So I downloaded the Windows version 64 because I'm on Windows 64. And then you install that into Blender and you just follow the usage and setup. And you can always ask around these parts. Yeah, you're welcome. Chibanobi, hello, welcome. All right, I hate to do this, but I think her tits are way too big, so I might, for the first time in my career, back this off a smidge. Chat empties out.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Booba forever, ever.
Booba forever. No, I think if we look at her... I don't know, I feel like... Does Ashley have, like, massive fucking missiles? She doesn't, see? Damn, just when it was getting good, too. I go where the art demands I go. This is pretty fucking sick, though. If viewer count actually goes down by 10, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I know Mrs. Merck in the past has been like, oh, you started talking about this one thing, and like, I definitely watched the viewer count just fucking plunge. But yeah, whatever. It's gonna happen. People can't handle it. I think she still looks fine. Look, I do what's required of me when it comes to the art. I am simply the messenger. Oh, thanks, Starry. Yeah, the shadow on her knee is a heart. Yeah, I put little hearts there because I thought it was really cute. Because I like Ashley. I wanted there to be just a little cuteness to her, still. Put that mother tone in there. Okay, we need a little roundness in this corner of the chest, and we're almost there. Shadow Hearts Covenant. I really liked that game, by the way. I like Shadow Hearts. I like Shadow Hearts 1 and 2. Shadow Hearts 3... take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. I think this is like that. That's what's creating that shadow shape. Shadow shape covenant. Mrs. Merc is still awake. Yeah, she's awake because she loves me and wants to support me, and she's also slightly sick. So if I don't go to bed soon, she might literally die. So I need to, she will continue to stay awake. And she'll be like, no, I don't want to go to sleep. And then I'll feel worse and worse and worse. So, we're almost there, though. I mean, in terms of this being done. I think we'll come back tomorrow. She needs the husband buff to sleep. Yeah, it's 100% true. I think we're basically there, though. We'll come back tomorrow. And we'll work on her face. And we will probably clean up her hair a bit. I really like how they did this ear. So I think we're going to try and copy that ear shape, too. So that's my plan, is not the ear shape, but we'll copy the ear design. I think is really well kind of structured. It looks more reasonable than the one that we have. So I will leave this note for myself. Oh my God, zoom out, brother. What are you doing? That's not the note. That's not the note. There we go. And then it kind of goes like this. Yeah, that's already cuter. Yeah, dang. Outlining the ear, like massive, cute, improve. All right. You know that feel? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's too real. It's too real. It's too real. Okay, I gotta put this down. I'm having fun. That's the thing. I'm having lots of fun, and I'm feeling good about this. And Oops, I hit the fucking screenshot button. There needs to be some ear wiggle. I'll see if I can put the joints in for the ear wiggle. Yeah, the ears are cute though. Alright, I think that's about as far as we'll take it for the night. I will clean up this one pixel here and put the correct pixel there. And we will just have to go from here. Yeah, okay. Grab this color. And we'll put it in like that. Yeah. Super. I think it looks cute. I think she's looking really cute. The ear is way better now. It's more on brand. It's more to the style. I think her general look is there. Like, we did a bunch today. I'm feeling really good about this one. It was almost a 9-hour stream, by the way. That's crazy. So at this point, we've worked on her. We did a 7-something hour stream yesterday. We did an 8-hour stream today. Almost 9 hours. So we're basically done like 2 full work days on her to get her to this point. Not bad, actually. Not bad at all. 2 days. 1 more day. Tomorrow we'll clean up her face. So we'll give her a few expressions and a few mouth shapes. That's going to be a lot of fun. And we'll clean up a few other things around the hair. You know, we'll clean up the UVs a little bit here and there. But yeah, we might try and rig it tomorrow too, actually. Probably a couple hours in, we'll take it down the rigging path and see what we can do to it. Shouldn't be too hard with a basic rig, I think. Yeah, probably shorter if you don't count the AI discussion and the bad student discussion. All right, friends. I'm feeling pretty about the whole thing. So I will leave you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. We continue this tomorrow. We might be able to finish this project tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, we kiss the homies around here. I don't know if we'll finish this tomorrow, but we will certainly see what happens. And I will be here to do my best to try and get that done. But yeah, I'm loving it so far. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Starry, Polly, Keith, Alistair, Scrunch. If I'm forgetting someone, I apologize. Megaman, JIC, the late night crew, Bryce, of course.
Booba forever, ever, 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 ever. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Ever, 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 ever.
The Mrs. Merc feel better. Yeah. I'll make her get some good sleep. She's gonna feel better. I promise. Okay, everybody. Booba forever, remember? Never forget, all that good stuff. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I will be here. All right, peace out, everybody. Bye.